Chapter 168 Totem Battle Armor. It could be seen. On the city wall at the border, the soldiers of Qianshui City began to attack the barbarian army with full force under Luo Chenshui's orders. Sharp arrows filled the sky like a rainstorm. Although the arrows couldn't be compared to the bullets of the firearm mechs, they still caused a lot of damage to the barbarians. Fut! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. The sharp arrow hit the barbarian soldier and his body fell down from the city wall. Ah! Ah! Jiangli heard a scream. He turned around. 1,000 meters away, a soldier of Qianshui City was shot in the chest by a barbarian's giant crossbow. His armor was broken and he died screaming. In reality, this was only a corner of the battlefield. Jiangli couldn't see many soldiers of Qianshui City being killed by the barbarian soldiers and giant crossbows. There were many casualties. The two sides did not engage in close combat. Instead, they stood on their own border walls and attacked with long-range weapons such as bows and crossbows. This was a good thing for Jiangli. Jiangli's firearm mechs and artillery were powerful enough to cause heavy casualties to the barbarians. Set up the formation. Hurry up. Whoosh! Immediately, the barbarian soldiers gathered together and their murderous military chi gathered, forming a level 1 military formation. The ferocious beast of the military formation appeared, which was a huge black python. The stage 1 battle formation was formed and the light mist spread out, blocking the firearm mech's attacks. Set up the formation. Luo Qianshui waved his hand and gave an order. Yes. Buzz. Buzz. The soldiers of Qianshui City also formed a Grade 1 military formation. The murderous aura of the army gathered, and internal strength and blood chi gushed out, maintaining the operation of the military formation. Roar. In the air, he conjured a huge crocodile that was blood red and had a powerful aura. The battle formations of the two sides clashed. Sister Qianshui, let me help. Luo Yulin circulated her internal force and took out a palm-sized silver formation disc. There were 8 trigrams of yin and yang on it, and it was shining. Don't worry. Now is not the time, Luo Qianshui said. All right, he said. Luo Yulin nodded. Destroy the enemy's formation. Stop. Jiangli shouted. Yes. YNSH-01 immediately fired a few psionic shells, and the pitch-black psionic shells bombarded the barbarian army formation. Boom! An explosion sounded. Ah! It was accompanied by a shrill scream. The army formation was shattered and the ferocious beasts formed were destroyed. They exploded into light spots that filled the sky and dissipated. A large number of barbarian soldiers suffered from the backlash, vomiting blood and dying. Da. More than 10,000 firearm mechs fired crazily. Without the military formation, the barbarians were all shot into sieves and blood bloomed. Even though the barbarian soldiers were full of vitality, they were killed instantly. If it wasn't for the city walls, there would be even more deaths. One by one, the corpses fell from the city walls. Quickly go find the commander. We can't hold on much longer. The stage 1 formation was easily broken by the enemy. There's no way to stop them. We can't go down like this. The enemy's weapon is obviously stronger than ours and the killing power is too strong. The inferior barbarian soldiers can't withstand it at all. Only the level 1 totem warriors can resist it for a while, but they will still be killed. The barbarian soldiers on the city wall were terrified and the commanders were also shocked. Roar. At this moment, a lion-headed python that was hundreds of meters long appeared in the sky above the border city wall. It let out a deafening roar and its power was monstrous. Rumble. An explosion sounded. The lion-headed python's huge tail swept across the sky, knocking away the bombs that were coming at it. The army formation's light fog spread out, covering the surrounding area. Whoosh! The bullets of the firearm mech were blocked by the light mist. Kill. Let's go. Man Qinwu led the barbarian army up the wall from the camp and blocked the crazy attack of Jiangli's mechs. The barbarian soldiers finally had a chance to breathe. It's a Grade 2 army formation. Ha ha ha, Yin Luo, this is great. The Lord Commander's reinforcements have arrived. Lion-headed python. It's the totem lion-headed python. That is to say, the reinforcements are the famous lion-headed python barbarian army of the Black Snake barbarian kingdom. Kill. The barbarian soldiers cheered and jumped for joy. Their confidence was inflated. It could be seen that the lion-headed python barbarian army had given them great confidence. This meant that the lion-headed python army was a powerful army in the Black Snake barbarian kingdom. Attack. Man Chinwu stood on the city wall and looked at the soldiers on the other side. His eyes fell on Luo Qianshui, but he ignored Jiang Li. Totem power. Whoosh. The totem warriors of the barbarian race began to show their might. They were in groups of 10 and gathered together. The totem patterns on their bodies seemed to come alive. It could be seen. The totem power condensed and manifested different totems. Roar. Not long after, there were black snakes, tigers, wolves, pythons, and so on. The illusory totem appeared. Kill. The totem warriors controlled their totems, and the totem materialists roared as they flew through the air like moths to a flame. Be careful, he warned. Luo Qianshui shouted. Boon. 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 After that, the totem crashed into the city wall and exploded with a powerful force. Like a cannonball, the terrifying energy fluctuation spread out with great destructive power. The totem exploded and destroyed many of Jiang Li's mechs. This is the unique attack of the totem warriors of the barbarian race. Luo Qianshui quickly said to Jiang Li, they can gather the power of totems and form totem images to attack. A totem? Jiang Li murmured and nodded. He remembered. One had to know. Jiang Li once fought with the barbarians in Qinshan Valley. More than a dozen monsters at the perfected stage of level 1 formed a black snake totem with their totem power. It was almost level 2. Obviously. That was how he had attacked just now. Continue. Man Chenwu shouted. Roar. 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 The next moment, the totem warriors of the barbarian race used the power of their totems. They formed groups of 10, 20, and so on. They revealed their totem images and attacked. Illy, now is the time. Set up the array immediately. Luo Qianshui shouted. Oh no. Luo Yilin replied. Activate the formation. Whoosh. Luo Yilin waved her right hand and the formation disc in her hand rose into the air. Internal strength poured into the formation disc and the 8 trigrams of yin and yang enlarged. This power merged into the stage 1 formation and the formation disc also merged into the crocodile's body. Countless heaven and earth spirit chi gathered. Roar. The next moment, the giant crocodile roared, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Its body was changing, constantly growing in size and finally becoming hundreds of meters long. Not only that, the crocodile's head had changed and dragon horns grew out. Dragon crocodile. Rumble. Dragon crocodile roared. His roar shook the world and his aura was just as strong as the lion-headed python. The rank 2 Drakakroc formation spread out and covered the city wall, protecting the soldiers of Qianshui City and Jiang Li's mechs. Bang. Immediately after, Dragon Crocodile's tail swept and shattered many totems. It blocked the attacks and exploded. Phut. Luo Yilin's mouth was bleeding from the backlash of the battle formation. Ah. At the same time, there were also Celestial Water City soldiers who were screaming in pain. Their internal force and blood energy had been sucked dry by the battle formation. Oh, so this is the power of an array master. Jiang Li looked at Luo Yilin. A formation master. Man Chenwu looked at the dragon crocodile in the air and snorted. I didn't expect that there would be a second-grade array master in this Celestial Water City. It can upgrade a grade 1 army formation to a grade 2 army formation. Interesting. Commander, let me do it. Kaishi walked out from behind and said to Man Qianwu, I'll break this Drakakroc army formation. All right, he said. Man Chenwu nodded slightly. This commander will wait for your good news. Yes. Kaishi nodded. Totem. Buzz. Kaishi immediately released the totem on his body. The totem patterns covered his entire body, and his face was also covered with intertwined totem patterns. A vast amount of totem power surged around his body. Immediately after, the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather. Roar. The next moment, a huge black tiger leaped out of Kaishi's body and circled behind him, letting out a deafening roar. Totem armor. Roar. The tiger totem roared again and released a blazing black light. In the blazing black light, the tiger totem turned into a set of pitch black armor. Catcher. Catcher. There were 6 parts to the totem armor. It included a helmet, gauntlets, shoulder guards, chest plate, greaves, and shoes. Kill. The armor protected his body. Kaishi's aura grew as he roared and took out his weapon. It was a black tiger-headed spear, and he flew up from the city wall. Whoosh! The might of early stage Tier 3 erupted, suppressing all directions. Savage Tiger Spear. Boom! Kaishi held the spear with both hands and aimed at the dragon crocodile in the air. He stabbed out with the spear. It was as if thousands of tigers were roaring. It was really strong. Stop. Shua. Before Jiangli sent out his level 3 subordinates, Luo Qianshui took action. She jumped into the air like a silver flash and stabbed with the silver spear in her hand. Clang. In the air. As the 2 spears clashed, powerful energy fluctuations spread out, forming rings of energy storms, causing huge waves in the world river. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, the 2 sides exchanged more than a dozen moves. The long spears collided and the moves clashed, producing bursts of booming sounds. The surrounding spiritual chi also trembled slightly. Kaishi, I'll give you a hand. Huang Wumo shouted and activated his totem as well. A single horned python appeared and wrapped around his body, forming a green totem armor. Boom! Huang's figure rose into the air, and he held his saber with both hands as he charged at Luo Qianshui. Waves of green saber light enveloped the surroundings as he attacked Luo Qianshui's vital points. Chapter 169. Be careful, City Lord. That's too despicable. 2 against 1. Detestable. Let's quickly command the army formation to assist the City Lord. The Celestial Water City soldiers angrily berated. Roar. However, the lion-headed python stopped the Dracocroc. Boom. 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 Luo Qianshui was fighting 1 against 2, and it was obvious that she was at a disadvantage. Although her marksmanship was superb, she was still constantly retreating and dodging, and she was in danger. It's almost time. Let's go. Jiangli looked at the other side. All the barbarian soldiers had gathered together. It was time to kill them all. Let's kill them all. Yes. Yes, sir. YNSH-01, YNMMYQ-01, and the other mech behind Jiangli responded. Shua. The psionic mammoth knight first jumped onto the back of the psionic mammoth soldier and sat down firmly. Then, it picked up the psionic knight bow hanging on the body of the psionic mammoth soldier with its right hand. Whoosh! Dark psionic light appeared around the psionic mammoth knight. He raised his psionic knight bow and pulled it into a full moon shape, gathering psionic energy. It was only for a moment. A black psionic arrow was formed. Whoosh! The psionic mammoth cavalryman released the bowstring with its right hand, and the dark psionic arrow shot out like a black lightning bolt, streaking across the sky. Hurry up! It was extremely swift. This arrow shot towards the early stage 3rd level barbarian, Kaishi, who was in the air. In the surroundings, almost no one could see it clearly. Phut! The next moment, blood splattered in the air. Ah! Kaishi screamed in pain. 1 arrow. It was only 1 arrow. Before any of the creatures could even see what had happened, the psionic arrow had pierced through Kaishi's totem armor and pierced through his heart. A transparent hole could be seen. Kaisha. Kaishi. Huang Wumo's eyes widened. He was completely stunned. He looked at Kaishi beside him with a confused expression. Who is it? Who is it? Phut, phut, phut. Kaishi coughed up blood. He clutched his chest where his heart was. Blood kept flowing out. His heart had been shattered. There was no way he could survive. How is that possible? How is this possible? Kaishi murmured and turned his head stiffly. He looked in Jiangli's direction and saw the psionic mammoth knight slowly put down the psionic knight bow. Bang! Kaishi's corpse fell into the world river, causing a huge splash. No! Desolate cried. Kaishi, a tier 3 beginner, died just like that. One shot, instant kill. Sigh. In the surroundings. Gasps could be heard immediately. One arrow. It's only one arrow. He killed a barbarian at the initial stage of the 3rd level with one arrow. Dao Wu is too strong. He's too strong. He's simply heaven-defying. How terrifying must his strength be? What level has he reached to achieve this? This is unbelievable. The king of Jian County has such a powerful subordinate. Everyone was amazed. This Bayan. Luo Qianshui's eyes were filled with shock. She looked at Jiangli and the 9-meter-tall giant standing next to him and guessed, with such strength, he should have reached the perfected stage of tier 3, right? Trash. Man Qianwu's face turned gloomy. He died just like that. You're really useless. Lord Kaishi has been killed. And he was killed by an arrow. How can the enemy be so strong? Lord Kaishi is an early-stage tier 3 totem warrior who can condense a totem battle armor, but he was killed by one arrow. The morale of the barbarian soldiers was affected. Kill. Luo Qianshui's long spear trembled, and spear flowers appeared. He took the opportunity to attack Huang Wuji. The spear's light enveloped Huang Wuji's body and stabbed at his vital points. Clang. Clang. Huang slashed out several times and blocked Luo Qianshui's attack. Boom. 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 The artilleries continued to bombard the lion-headed pythons from behind the city walls, causing flames and smoke to fill the air. Roar. Roar. The lion-headed python roared again and again, blocking the bombardment of the cannonballs. Ah! The barbarian soldier's scream was heard. Every time the lion-headed python blocked a round of cannon fire, there would be a barbarian soldier who would suffer a backlash from the formation, causing casualties and death. Boom. Boom. Similarly, the barbarian totem warriors showed their totem images and attacked the dragon crocodile. The formation shook and Luo Yilin tried her best to maintain the formation. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and her face became paler. There were also many Celestial Water City soldiers who died from the backlash. And the battle as soon as possible. Let's go. Jiangli saw all of this and immediately gave an order, open the gate of the city wall and send out all the mechs to attack the barbarians. Yes. Rumble. The gate of the city wall was pushed open. Kill. Shua. 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 On the city wall. The combat mechs, cold weapon mechs, biochemical mechs, and 20,000 walking corpse puppets all jumped off the city wall. Rumble. The engine roared. Tank mechs drove out of the gate, and the mechanical rangers rushed out. Jiangli's mech army was all mobilized. You're so bold. Man Qianwu's face was dark. Kill them. Charge. Kill. Shua. Shua. One by one, the barbarian soldiers jumped down from the city wall. The border river was 20 meters wide. For Jiangli's mechs, it was nothing. They could just jump over. They all jumped over the border river and went to the barbarian race. Boom. 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 In an instant, an intense battle broke out. Fut. 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 Roar. Blood splattered, totems howled, and battle cries deafened the ears. Boom. The tank mech fired at the barbarians across the border river. The tank machine guns fired at a much faster speed than the fire mechs. Da. Countless bullets covered a large area of the battlefield. Ah! The shrill screams of the barbarians were constantly heard. Psionic energy control. Buzz. The psionic mammoth knight pulled out the psionic knight sword from the back of the psionic mammoth soldier. It then controlled the psionic energy and attached it to the psionic knight spear. Slash. After that, the psionic mammoth knight swung its sword. Sure. It was a dazzling black psionic sword ray that was 100 meters long. It was in the shape of a crescent moon and swept across the void, slashing at the lion-headed python in the air. There was a loud boom. Roar. The lion-headed python wailed. The huge body that was hundreds of meters long exploded and was directly destroyed by the sword. It exploded into light spots that filled the sky and completely dissipated. One sword. He destroyed the rank 2 totem army formation with a single sword. Ah. Phut. Instantly, a large number of barbarian soldiers screamed. The formation was broken and they suffered a backlash. At least 2,000 barbarian soldiers died and their bodies exploded. There were also nearly 1,000 barbarian soldiers who had exhausted the power of their totems and lost their combat power. Military scepter, military formation, scepter. It's broken. It's been broken. We are finished. I'm finished. How did this happen? At this moment, the barbarians were dumbfounded. Their entire bodies trembled and fear appeared in their eyes. Boom. 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 They had lost the protection of the battle formation. As the artillery shells exploded in the midst of the barbarian army, the shockwaves spread out and the shrapnel tore through the bodies of the barbarian soldiers. Phut. Ah. A large number of barbarian soldiers were killed by the explosion. Da. The tank machine guns displayed their might as a meat grinder on the battlefield, killing the barbarian soldiers one by one, their armors torn apart. This is impossible. Man Chinwu's face turned pale. It's him. It was Jiang Li. It's really Jiang Li. At this moment, when Huang Kongqian saw Jiang Li, who was watching the battle from the city wall, he couldn't help but shout, "He's Jiang Li. He's really here." What? Jiang Li. Man Chinwu looked over and saw Jiang Li. He felt the waves of internal force on Jiang Li, only an early stage level 1 human martial artist. Jiang Li is only a human martial artist at the early stage of level 1. These powerful soldiers, level 3 generals and powerful masters are all Jiang Li's subordinates. Jiang Li's army. Didn't the Crown Prince lead 100,000 demon soldiers to attack the Great Xia city? Why did Jiang Li appear here? Man Chinwu could not help but shout. 100,000 demon soldiers. They are dead. Jiang Li heard Man Chinwu's voice. After all, they were only 100 meters away. Haha, I've killed them all. It's your turn next. Impossible. Man Chinwu shouted, the Crown Prince is a demon who has completed the 3rd rank. He is a 4th rank bloodline and is extremely powerful. After burning his bloodline, he can be infinitely close to the 4th rank. How can you possibly win? Oh. Jiang Li smiled and waved his right hand. Crown Prince, come out and show yourself. Bang. 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 After that, the Crown Prince's walking corpse walked out from behind Jiang Li with heavy footsteps and a double-sided giant axe in its right hand. His entire body was shrouded in a black mist of light. Roar. The Crown Prince's zombie puppet howled into the sky, and the terrifying aura of a peak stage Type 3 expert spread. Wang Qianqian, the Crown Prince Qianqian. Man Chinwu immediately screamed. His face turned pale in an instant, and his voice was trembling. His entire body was trembling, and even his legs were trembling. How is this possible? How is this possible? Sigh. Huang looked over and saw the Crown Prince standing next to Jiang Li. He was stunned and gasped. Impossible. Fear. Trembling. Fear began to spread among the barbarian race. One had to know. There were frequent wars between the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom. The title of the Crown Prince was also a very famous existence in the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. The barbarians all knew that the Crown Prince of the Red-Browed Demon Kingdom was a great general. He was strong, brave, and smart. In the several wars between the two countries, they had killed countless barbarians and many barbarian armies were destroyed by the Crown Prince. And now, They saw the Crown Prince standing beside Jiang Li. Such a scene was too shocking. These barbarians were all scared silly. Boom. Suddenly, the loud explosion woke the barbarians up. They looked in the direction of the explosion and saw the psionic mammoth rangers launching their charge and brute force skills at the same time. After that, with one shot, he had created a hole in the border wall of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Catcher! Catcher! The cracks began to spread. The city wall at the border cracked. Chapter 170 Victory. The walls of the two sides were only 100 meters apart, with the 20-meter-wide border river in the middle. A distance of 20 meters. Not to mention a Stage 1 warrior, he could even surpass a peak-stage elementary martial artist. Brute force dump. The psionic mammoth ranger roared. Before it cut through the army, it had already crossed the border river. The light of psionic energy bloomed, and it lifted its stone pillar-like elephant leg, activated its skill, and stomped directly. Catcher! Catcher! Instantly, the earth trembled and the ground cracked. The huge elephant hooves stomped on the barbarian border city wall, and countless cracks spread. Rumble! After that, the city wall that had already been broken by the psionic mammoth cavalry had a huge hole in it after being trampled by the psionic mammoth soldiers. The huge rock fell. The city wall has fallen. The barbarians' border wall has fallen. Ha 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 ha. The soldiers of Qianshui City immediately cheered. All troops, charge. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Kill. The psionic mammoth rangers were at the front. Tens of thousands of mechs went through the huge opening and killed their way into the barbarian army. Fut. 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 Next. It was a massacre. There were many perfected level 1 mechs, early level 2 mechs, and perfected level 2 mechs. They crushed the barbarian army. Blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the barbarian soldiers were killed and turned into corpses. Buzz. Buzz. Around the battlefield, grey light spots flew out of the barbarian's body, mixed with a few black light spots, and they all merged into Jiang Li's body. Acquired a first stage soul tinder. Acquired a first stage soul tinder. Acquired a stage 2 soul tinder. In front of Jiang Li's eyes, a series of notifications appeared. He had captured a large number of soul tinders. Whoosh! The Crown Prince's walking corpse puppet jumped up from the city wall. Its figure rose into the air, and black light mist filled the air. The power of the perfected Stage 3 suppressed the surroundings as it charged toward Manqianwu. Roar! The mountain-back barbarian bull appeared. Boom! After that, the Crown Prince's walking corpse swung its axe. The black half-moon-shaped axe light swept across and killed Manqianwu, who was standing on the wall of the barbarian border. Manqianwu's pupils contracted before he shouted, "Crown Prince, as a demon, you betrayed the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom and joined the human race. You are a demon." It was obvious. Manqianwu did not realize that the Crown Prince had died a long time ago. He thought that the Crown Prince had betrayed the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom. Ah! Manqianwu roared, and his totem appeared. A huge lion-headed python appeared behind him, merging into one with him and wearing a pitch-black totem armor. Kill! Manqianwu grabbed the handle of the giant hammer and charged at the Crown Prince. Thump! The giant hammer smashed down. Fut! Manqianwu vomited blood. He was only a third-level totem warrior. He was no match for the Crown Prince. He was sent flying after only one exchange. Commander! We are here to help you. Immediately after, Manqianwu's 2 mid-stage rank 3 deputy generals immediately rushed over and conjured their totems. They formed totems armor, and with a blade and a sword, they worked together to help Manqianwu. Boom! 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 In the air. Although the Crown Prince's walking corpse puppet was fighting against 3 people, it was still able to suppress Manqianwu and the others. You're so silly. At this moment, after exchanging more than 10 moves, Manqianwu finally realized that something was wrong. The Crown Prince in front of him was a corpse that was being controlled. Die Yingluo, die Yingluo. Man Chinwu trembled. The Crown Prince is actually dead. This is just a corpse that was being controlled. This Bayan. Jiangli. Man Chinwu raised his head and looked at Jiangli in fear. He murmured, that means Jiangli has the power to kill the Crown Prince. After the Crown Prince burns his bloodline, his strength is infinitely close to rank 4. Sure. YNSH-01 crossed the battlefield and charged over like a black flash of light. The pair of sickles slashed across the sky, and the black blade light instantly cut through the body of Man Chinwu's deputy. Phut! Ah! The deputy general screamed as blood spurted out from his waist. It was directly cut in half at the waist. Blade wizard. Man Chinwu was shocked. No. The other deputy general roared. Boom. The Crown Prince's walking corpse chopped down with its axe like a heavy mountain. The deputy general's head was directly smashed into pieces. Man Chinwu staggered backward, his face filled with fear and his entire body turned cold. He looked at the two figures standing in front of him, and a feeling of despair spread in his heart. Kill. Sure. Sure. YNSH-01 and the Crown Prince undead puppet joined forces to attack. Phut. Man Chinwu could not resist at all and could not even block a single move. A huge wound was slashed on his chest by YNSH-01. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. He fell to the ground and was on the verge of death. Transform into an undead puppet. Jiangli said. Yes. YNSH-01 nodded. Whoosh! The biochemical poison skill was activated. YNSH-01's arms returned to normal, and a thick, pitch-black biochemical poison gushed out from his palms, covering Man Chinwu's entire body. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Man Chinwu, who was seriously injured, could not resist the corrosion of the biochemical poison. The biochemical poison invaded his body, infected and transformed, and his body gradually turned black. Very quickly. When the scream stopped, Man Chinwu's transformation was complete with his death, and his eyes turned pure black like gems. Roar. Immediately after, Man Chinwu stood up shakily and roared towards the sky. Late-stage third-rank walking corpse puppet. The transformation was a success. After Man Chinwu and his two deputies were killed and the barbarian army lost their commander, the morale of the barbarian army collapsed. The trend of defeat was like a river breaking through a dam. Furthermore, after Man Chinwu's walking corpse puppet entered the battlefield, the barbarian army was defeated even faster. Run. Not long after, the barbarian soldiers began to flee, completely losing the courage to continue fighting. Kill. Let's go. Jiangli waved his hand. Let's continue. Boom. 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 The artillery fired continuously, killing the barbarian soldiers that were running away. The firearm match fired from a distance and blood bloomed. The mechanical rangers were giving chase. Phut. Ah. At this moment, the battle between Luo Qianshui and Huang Baiyan had also come to an end. When Huang Baiyan saw Man Chinwu and the others killed, he was shocked and lost his mind, giving Luo Qianshui an opportunity. The spear pierced through his heart. Kill. Luo Qianshui pointed her spear at the corpse and shouted in a delicate voice. Charge. Brothers, it's time to fight back. Exterminate the barbarian race. Leave no one alive. Sure. 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 The Celestial Water City soldiers all jumped off the city wall, crossed the border river, and rushed into the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's territory, chasing the barbarian soldiers with all their might. We won. Luo Yulin's face was pale. The array board fell from the sky and flew back into her hand. She used her left sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of joy. We really won. It's more than just winning. It's a one-sided battle, Luo Qianshui murmured. It's Jiangli's troops who crushed and killed nearly 200,000 barbarians. We'll be of little use. Hee, it's fine as long as we won. Luo Yulin smiled. Sister, I told you. We'll win. Jiangli's soldiers are so strong. Yes. Luo Qianshui nodded, but there was still some worry in his eyes. It's just that things won't end so easily. I don't know when the next wave of attack from the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom will come. However, Luo Qianshui clenched the spear in his hand again, his eyes firm. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. No matter how strong the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's attack is, they won't be able to break in. Right. Luo Yilin nodded. Time passed. Half an hour later, the sounds of fighting on the battlefield gradually stopped. Man Qinwu led 120,000 barbarian soldiers and Huang Wuji led 80,000. There were 200,000 barbarian soldiers. They were basically all killed and only a few escaped, but they had lost their courage. The entire Black Serpent Barbarian Kingdom's border city wall. The ground was filled with corpses that piled up into a mountain like a terrifying Asura arena. In the air, it was filled with a blood-colored mist, and the thick smell of blood was extremely pungent. Clean up the battlefield. Stop! Jian Li shouted. Yes. The Mech responded. My king. Jian Li, Luo Qianshui, Luo Yilin, and the others walked over and bowed to Jian Li respectfully. Yes. Yes. Jian Li nodded. Qianshui City did well this time. The power of a level 2 array master is a breath of fresh air for me. Thank you for your praise, Jian County Prince. Luo Yilin said with a smile. My king, what do you plan to do with these barbarian corpses? Luo Qianshui asked. Do you have any good ideas? Jian Li asked. Luo Qianshui and Luo Yilin looked at each other. One had to know. There were nearly 200,000 barbarian corpses, including a large number of first level, second level, and even a few third level barbarian corpses. Jian Li really didn't have any good ideas. The 100,000 monsters' bodies in the Great Xia City were burned by Jian Li's people. He didn't care about the monsters' bodies in the mountains either. They would probably be eaten up by the ferocious beasts in the Green Mountain Range. Your Highness, if you agree, I can set up a second-grade blood refining formation and turn the corpses of the barbarians into blood refining pills. Luo Yilin said. Blood refining formation. Blood refining formation. Jian Li raised his eyebrows and asked, is your blood refining formation the same as the blood refining formation the Half-Monster Alliance set up in Qingshan Valley? Yes, I am. Luo Yilin nodded. However, the blood refining array that the Half-Monster Alliance set up in Qingshan Valley is a fake third-grade array, while my blood refining array is only a second-grade array. Therefore, the blood refining array can only produce blood refining pills, not blood refining beads. Compared to the blood refinement bead, the blood refinement pill is slightly inferior. Sure. Okay. Jian Li agreed immediately. I can make use of the waste. Yes. Luo Yilin said happily. When do we start? Jian Li asked. Now is fine. Luo Yilin said. A formation plate. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yilin waved her small white hand and the array disc flew out, forming the 8 trigrams of yin and yang. Then, she made a seal with both hands and lines and seals appeared. Sure. 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 The next moment, a huge circular formation was formed, floating in the air and covering the area in front of them. Bursts of blood-red light gushed out from the formation and covered the barbarian corpses. Chapter 171 The Map. The blood refining formation. Activate. Luo Yilin shouted. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Instantly. Within the area covered by the formation, a large amount of blood flew into the air. The berserkers' corpses started withering at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye until they eventually turned into bones. After that, as a light breeze blew, the bones turned into dust and dissipated. The essence of the corpse's flesh and blood condensed into pills, which appeared in the center of the array. There were many of them, but they reeked of blood. Quickly go and get the porcelain bottle. Luo Qianshui shouted. Yes. The Celestial Water City's soldiers responded. Very quickly. The soldiers carried over large wooden boxes. When the boxes were opened, porcelain bottles were neatly placed inside. The corks of the bottles were removed. Come. Sure. Luo Yilin waved her small hand, and the blood-colored elixirs in the array flew over, forming a red stream of light, and fell into the porcelain bottle. Jiangli looked at Luo Yilin's skillful technique. It was obviously not her first time. It was estimated that after every war between Qianshui City and the barbarian race, the corpses of these barbarians would be refined into blood-refining pills by Luo Yilin with the blood-refining array. Time passed. An hour later, nearly 200,000 barbarian corpses were turned into blood-refining pills by Luo Yilin's blood-refining array. All the corpses turned into bones and then turned into ashes. The lingering smell of blood in the air also slowly disappeared. On the city wall, Jiangli looked over and saw many big wooden boxes. There were 100 porcelain bottles in each box, and each bottle contained 10 blood-refining pills. There were a total of 200 large wooden boxes. In other words, Luo Yilin used the blood-refining formation to refine nearly 200,000 blood-refining pills. So many, Jiangli said. Yep. Luo Yilin took back the formation disc. She had used up quite a bit of internal strength, and her pretty face was even paler. She explained, a barbarian's corpse can be used to refine a blood-refining pill. It depends on the cultivation of the barbarian soldiers. The corpses of inferior barbarian soldiers can only be used to refine inferior blood refinement pills. The corpses of early-stage first-grade barbarian soldiers can be used to refine inferior-grade first-grade blood refinement pills. The corpses of mid-stage first-grade barbarian soldiers can be used to refine medium-grade first-grade blood refinement pills. And so on. The corpses of the early stage of the second-level barbarian soldiers can be refined into second-grade blood refining pills. A third-grade barbarian can even refine third-grade blood refinement pills. Sure. Luo Yilin waved her right hand, and a porcelain bottle flew out of one of the big wooden boxes and landed in her hand. My king, these are the third-grade blood refinement pills that were refined from the corpses of third-grade barbarians. There are 2 third-grade inferior-class blood refinement pills and 2 third-grade mid-class blood refinement pills. Luo Yilin respectfully presented the pill. Oh. Jiangli took the bottle and poured out a blood refinement pill. It was about the size of a thumb and crystal clear. There were pill patterns on the surface like petals. He could feel the pure energy contained in it. Not bad. Okay. Jiangli nodded in satisfaction and took it. Your Highness, what do you plan to do with the remaining blood refinement pills? Luo Yilin asked. Distribute them. Okay. Jiangli waved his hand and said, distribute these blood refining pills as rewards according to the number of merits. Yes. Yes, sir. Luo Qianshui and Luo Yilin were both overjoyed. Thank you, Zheng Wang. Long live the regional king. That's great. Instantly, the soldiers of Celestial Water City cheered. In reality, these blood refinement pills were good, but they weren't very useful to Jiangli. His mechs couldn't take pills to improve their strength. As for raising his own cultivation base, Jiangli still had higher quality blood refining beads and 4 level 3 blood refining pills. The rest of the things that weren't of much use would be used to win people's hearts. Soon after, Jiangli didn't have to deal with the rest of the post-war stuff, such as sorting out the spoils, counting the number of casualties, and counting the battle achievements. He could leave it to Luo Qianshui and the others. Luo Qianshui, do you have a map of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom Spirit Desolate Province? Jiangli asked. There is. Luo Qianshui replied. Bring it to me. Jiangli said. Yes. Luo Qianshui nodded. Let's go. Jiangli walked down the city wall and went to the commander's tent. YNSH-01 and the other mechs followed him closely. The psionic mammoth rangers were too big to be his bodyguards, so they didn't follow him. Sister Qianshui, what does Jiangli want the map of the Spirit Desolate Province for? Luo Yilin asked doubtfully. Luo Qianshui pondered for a while and said, have you forgotten what Jiangli did in the Red Dragon County of the Red Eyebrow Empire? Jiangli has robbed all 5 demon cities. Is Jiangli going to invade the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom? Luo Yuan's beautiful eyes widened. It should be. Luo Qianshui said. He's too bold. What if an accident happens? Luo Yuan said. The commander's tent. Sure. Jiangli opened the Dominator panel and started to sort out his gains and losses. Soul Tinder. The number of level 1 Soul Tinders had increased to 2910, 84 level 2 Soul Tinders and 1 level 3 Soul Tinder. In other words, Jiangli killed nearly 200,000 barbarians this time, but only 2,910 level 1 Soul Tinders and 80 level 2 Soul Tinders dropped. There wasn't a single level 3 Soul Tinder. However, instead, it transformed into a late-stage 3rd rank walking corpse puppet. He now had a stage 3 combat power under him. It's not bad. In terms of the loss of matches, they lost 6308 perfected stage level 1 matches, 800 early stage level 2 matches, and 70 perfected stage level 2 matches. Among them, 308 perfected stage level 1 match self-destructed, 100 early stage level 2 match self-destructed, and none of the perfected stage level 2 match self-destructed. The number of walking puppets had increased from 20,000 to 30,000. It could be said that the number of undead puppets was increasing. The losses this time are much less than the losses in the Qinshan mountain range. The Crown Prince only has 150,000 demon soldiers, Jiangli murmured. The barbarian army has nearly 200,000. We lost even less this time. Of course, this was because the strongest commander of the barbarian army, Man Qinwu, was only at the late stage of level 3. Also, Jiangli had sent out all of his troops from the beginning and won the battle with an overwhelming force. During the battle at the Green Mountain Range, the Crown Prince's strength was too strong. In addition, the first unit was besieged, and supporting the first unit took a lot of time, which led to the increase in battle losses. Among them, he got a total of 450,000 energy points from the scrapped perfected stage level 1 match, 350,000 energy points from the early stage level 2 match, and 525,000 energy points from the perfected stage level 2 match. In terms of war consumption, Jiangli spent 254,000 energy points to refill the ammunition and repair the match. In the energy points column, the number of energy points increased from 11804550 to 12875550. After sorting out the gains and losses, Jiangli walked out of the commander's tent and found an open space outside the camp. After making sure that there was no one around, he opened the Dominator panel. Create 1905 combat match, 1803 cold weapon match, 1000 firearm match, 1600 biochemical match, 420 electric match, 260 match, and 190 tank match. Jiangli used 933,080 energy points to make up for his losses. He created 6308 level 1 match and 870 level 2 match. Sure. The manufacturing interface appeared. In the interface, there were a total of 7 illusory figures, and each illusory figure had a corresponding number of words next to it, representing the number of things needed to be made. A minute later, creation complete. A notification appeared. Buzz. Whoosh. Immediately after, the illusionary figures turned into real matches. They formed 7 groups according to the types of soldiers. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. More than 7,000 match saluted Jiangli. Yes. Okay. Jiangli glanced at it and nodded. However, Jiangli had made so many matches this time, but he didn't trigger any special chance and didn't get any elite units, no matter whether they were cold weapon matches or mechanical rangers. Upgrade 6308 level 1 match and 70 level 2 match. Jiangli operated the Dominator panel and used 186,3120 energy points. Sure. Sure. The mech's body was shining. A few seconds later, the promotion was completed. I still have 100,79350 energy points left. Jiangli glanced at the Soul Tinder. Just over 10 million. I lose a lot of matches in every war. I should find some energy points. Moreover, we will encounter more and more enemies in the future, and they will also become stronger and stronger. We need to increase the number of soldiers. Sure. The interface closed. Let's go. Jiang Li ordered the newly created match to join the original troops. He went back to the commander's tent and waited for Luo Qianshui to bring the map. Half an hour later, Luo Qianshui had sent her deputy, Zhong Feiyan, with a map. Zhang Wen. Zhong Feiyan knelt down on one knee and bowed to Jiang Li. He gave the map to Jiang Li and said, Luo Qianshui's city lord is counting the casualties and distributing blood refinement pills to the soldiers. He can't leave now, so he asked me to bring the map over. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and asked Wen Gang to bring the map. The map was unfurled on the wooden table. The 6 barbarian cities of the Spirit Desolate province were marked on it, as well as the location of the Spirit Desolate province's capital and various other terrains. Yes, sure. Jiang Li read it carefully and asked Zhong Feiyan some questions. Make 3 copies of this map immediately. I have a great use for it. Yes. Zhong Feiyan didn't ask much and accepted the map. As soon as possible. Jiang Li said. Yes, sir. Yes. Zhong Feiyan nodded respectfully. Go on. Jiang Li waved his hand. This subordinate will take his leave. Zhong Feiyan stood up and left. Master XX09 is requesting communication. Not long after Zhong Feiyan left, XX01 came to Jiang Li. XX09. What happened? Jiang Li frowned and asked immediately, something happened in the Great Xia city. Answer immediately. Yes. Buzz. Okay, XX01 raised his wrist and projected an image in front of Jiang Li. Chief Sovereign. XX09 appeared on the screen. Report the situation. Jiang Li said. My lord, 10 minutes ago, the city lord of Hope City, Guo Yi, sent his subordinates to the Great Xia city and asked for help. Do we need to send troops to support Hope City? XX09 asked. Something happened in Hope City. What happened? Jiang Li was confused. What's going on? Chapter 172 Splitting Up. Reporting to the ruler, according to the detailed report of Guo Yi's subordinates, Hope City has been attacked by the mountain bandits of the Hidden Dragon Stockade. The number of mountain bandits is twice that of Hope City, and the current situation isn't optimistic. The city could be broken through at any moment. XX09 answered in detail. The mountain bandits of the Hidden Dragon Village. Jiang Li frowned. What kind of bandits have such a strong force? They are twice as strong as Hope City. Hope City ranks second among the 5 cities in the Great Xia province, only weaker than Qianshui City. Also, it's possible that the mountain bandits are raiding villages, but they actually have the guts to attack a city. Thinking of this, Jiang Li fell into deep thought. Faintly, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. First of all, the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom had a good reason to send out their troops. They had sent 150,000 demon soldiers to attack the Great Xia city, and they were led by a general of the demon race who was at the perfected stage of level 3. This was understandable. After all, Jiang Li had destroyed the Red Dragon County and they had a deep grudge. However, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom had suddenly gathered 200,000 barbarian soldiers to attack the border defense line. Moreover, the timing was so unified that it was as if they had discussed and planned it. And now, it just so happened that the Great Xia province was being attacked by bandits. It was too much of a coincidence. XX09. Send 10 complete stage level 2 mechanical rangers to Moon City first. Find out the situation in the Hidden Dragon Village and contact me at any time. Yes. XX09 nodded. Immediately. The communication ended. Sure. Soon after, Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel and started to merge the level 1 Soul Tinder. There were a total of 2,910 level 1 Soul Tinders, which could be fused 291 times. Fuse. Jiang Li confirmed. Buzz. The fusion interface appeared. In the interface, the 10 level 1 Soul Tinders began to merge and condense together. Fusion successful. A notification appeared. Continue. Jiangli continued to operate the Dominator panel and merge the Soul Tinder. The fusion interface flickered with a luster, and the level 1 Soul Tinders lined up in a row and gathered in the center, with bursts of light shining. Merging in progress. Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown ended. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Fusion successful. Time passed. It took Jiangli almost half an hour to fuse 291 times in total. He used up 2,910 level 1 Soul Tinders. He had failed 192 times and succeeded 99 times. He had obtained a total of 99 level 2 Soul Tinders. Whoosh! The pitch-black level 2 Soul Tinder floated in front of Jiangli. It was shining with a dark luster like a black spot of light. Jiangli now had 183 level 2 Soul Tinders. It could be fused 18 times. Activate the Soul Tinder fusion function and fuse 10 level 2 Soul Tinders. Sure. Jiangli waved his right hand and 10 black level 2 Soul Tinders entered the Soul Tinder fusion interface. The black light dots lined up. Buzz. After that, the 10 light spots slowly gathered in the middle. Merging in progress. Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7. 10 seconds passed. Pitch-black light filled the entire realm. Fusion failed. 4 large words in red appeared. Continue. Sure. Jiangli continued to merge. Buzz. 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 Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Fusion successful. A few minutes later, Jiangli fused 18 times and used up 180 level 2 Soul Tinders. He failed 15 times and succeeded 3 times. He got 3 level 3 Soul Tinders. Sure. 3 pure white Soul Tinders were floating in front of Jiangli like white light spots. They were 3 level 3 Soul Tinders. I've succeeded 3 out of 18 times. That's 1 in 6. I have 4 level 3 Soul Tinders now, Jiangli murmured. If I get 5 more, I'll have 9 level 3 Soul Tinders. At that time, I'll be able to activate the Stage 3 mechanical army with another 100 million energy points. An hour later, after Luo Qianshui was done with the trifle matters after the battle, he personally sent the 3 copies of the map of the Spirit Desolate County, as well as the original map, to the commander's tent. My king, this is the map you wanted. Luo Qianshui handed over the map with both hands. Yes. Jiangli asked Wen Gang to bring it over. After that, he opened the map and confirmed that there were no problems with the 4 maps. Let's go down. Go. Jiangli waved his hand. Yes. Luo Qianshui nodded and left the tent. GJS-01, CQ-01, CQ-02, CQ-03. Jiangli stood up. Yes. Immediately. The 4 perfected stage elite match stood in front of Jiangli in a straight line. They were expressionless. He looked quite cold. Take the map. Let's go. Jiangli gave the 4 maps to the 4 perfected stage elite match and said, you will lead troops 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the spiritual desolate province. Each of you will be equipped with 10,000 matches. Your mission this time is to take down the 6 barbarian cities in the Spirit Desolate province as fast as possible. After taking down the barbarian cities, immediately search the entire city and bring back all the resources and wealth. After all 6 barbarian tribes have been taken down, the 4 troops will gather and head towards the Spirit Desolate County City. We will take down the Spirit Desolate County City as well. Yes. The 4 perfected stage elite match saluted Jiangli at the same time and said in unison, I promise to complete the mission. All right, he said. Okay. Jiangli nodded. Go. Act immediately. Yes. The 4 perfected stage elite match turned around and left the commander's tent. They then gathered 4 teams and split into 4 groups. Rumble. The roar of the car engine sounded. Transport trucks, artillery jeeps, and main battle tanks drove out of the city gate and left the territory of the Great Xia Prefecture. Aren't they the soldiers of the King of Jian County? What are they doing? Could it be that we have to cross the border river and enter the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom Spirit Desolate County? But how do we cross the river without a bridge? This Bayan. On the city wall. What's going on? The patrolling soldiers of Qianshui City saw the 4 troops Jiang Li sent out and started talking. It could be seen. The transport mechs, tank mechs, and artillery soldiers didn't seem to see the border river. They just swam across the river and drowned them. This Bayan. The Celestial Water City's soldiers couldn't help but widen their eyes. After that, the transport mechs, tank mechs, and artillery mechs emerged from the border river, making a lot of noise. Just like that, they swam across the border river and entered the Spirit Desolate province. This works too. Directly wading across the river. They won't be drowned. The soldiers rubbed their eyes and exclaimed in shock. Obviously. The Ji River's current was not fast and it was only 20 meters wide, so it was relatively narrow. It was about 10 meters deep. Although it could drown the mechs and affect them, it wasn't a big deal. At the very least, he could swim across the river. The mechs were waterproof, so it wouldn't affect the firearms. Of course, if it was soaked in water for a long time, there would definitely be problems. It would be fine for a short period of time. Furthermore, cannonballs couldn't be fired in the water and firearms would be ineffective. After all, this was the army, not the navy. After crossing the border wall of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, the 4 troops that Jiang Li sent split up and headed to the 4 cities closest to the Spiritual Desolate County. A few minutes later, the soldiers of Qianshui City couldn't see their figures. In the commander's tent, Shua, Shua, Shua. Communication screens appeared in front of Jiang Li. While he was contacting the 4 troops, he also contacted XX-010. Unknowingly. It was already late at night. Jiang Li didn't have time to rest. My lord, will be able to reach Hope City in about 10 minutes. 2010 said. Yes. Jiang Li rubbed his forehead, looking tired. He nodded and said, increase the speed. Yes. 2010 responded. Chief Sovereign, you should rest for a moment. The communication can be maintained, Wen Gang said. If anything happens, we can wake you up immediately. That's good. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. Keep an eye on it for me. Yes. Wen Gan, YNSH-01, and the others nodded. Jiang Li closed his eyes and leaned against the chair to rest. He soon fell asleep. 10 minutes later, 10 perfected Stage Type 2 mechanical rangers arrived at Hope City. Chief Sovereign. Jiang Li. Wen Gang shouted in Jiang Li's ear. What is it? Jiang Li woke up immediately. XX-010 and the others have arrived at Hope City. Wen Gang said. Oh. XX-010. Jiang Li came back to his senses and looked at the communication screen with XX-010. XX-010, what's the situation in Hope City? Chief Sovereign, please take a look. 2010 turned the camera around. They were now thousands of meters away from Hope City. Standing on a hill, they could see the magnificent view of Hope City from afar. In the image, kill. Ha 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 ha. Attack. Brothers, we'll take down Hope City. When the time comes, we'll play however we want. Charge. All around Hope City. There was a large number of mountain bandits, and the most terrifying thing was that these mountain bandits even knew how to form an army. Their equipment was also extremely good, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Obviously, they were definitely not ordinary bandits. It could be seen. Xiao Helong, the chief of the Hidden Dragon Stockade, was like a god of war on the battlefield. He was invincible and had a cultivation base of perfected Stage 2. No one could stop him. Thump. Xiao Helong's giant axe swept across the sky, sending hundreds of Hope City soldiers flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and the soldiers' screams rang out. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Helong's body was covered in blood, but it was the blood of his enemies. It's so cool. Guo Yi, you coward. Come down and fight me. Xiao Helong raised his giant axe and pointed it at Guo Yi, who was standing on the city wall, and roared. Damn it. Guo Yi's face was gloomy as he stared at Xiao Helong. He held his tiger head saber tightly and suppressed his impulse to jump down and fight with Xiao Helong. In the surroundings, the situation in Hope City was not optimistic. The Hidden Dragon stockaded village had nearly 40,000 soldiers, while Guo Yi's Hope City only had 20,000 soldiers. The difference was almost double. Fortunately, Hope City was in the middle of a defensive battle. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, it would not be an easy task for the Hidden Dragon stockaded village to break through Hope City. However, if this continued, as the casualties increased, Hope City would definitely fall. It seems like there's no third rank among the bandits. Let's go. Jiang Li looked at the battlefield on the screen and gave an order. In that case, don't worry. Just attack and defeat the bandits of the Hidden Dragon village. Chapter 173 Captive. Yes. Do it. Kill. Wu. After receiving Jiang Li's order, the 10 mechanical wolfmen at the perfected stage of rank 2 activated their skill, sprint, and ran to the battlefield at full speed. The wolf's howl echoed through the night sky, a few thousand meters away. With the mechanical ranger's speed, it was like a bolt of lightning, and it didn't take long for it to charge over. What is it? Wolf. There's a wolf's howl. Why is there a wolf pack here? Be careful. When the bandits of the Hidden Dragon stockade heard the wolf howl, they turned to look in the direction of the sound. At first, they did not see the figure of the mechanical ranger. When the mechanical rangers got close, the brigands cried out in alarm. Boon! 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 The next moment, the mechanical wolf soldiers opened their bloody mouths and the barrels in their mouths extended out. They fired cannonballs one after another, bombarding the mountain bandits of the Hidden Dragon stockade. Boom! The cannonballs exploded, directly destroying the Stage 1 formation. The beasts in the formation cried out in pain and exploded, turning into light spots that filled the sky and disappearing. The bandits cried out in pain. On the battlefield, the flames soared into the sky and the cannonballs exploded. The ground was scorched black and deep pits were formed. The shrapnel of the explosion flew everywhere and tore the bodies of the bandits apart. Hundreds of mountain bandits had been killed or injured. Immediately after, the mech knight took out the bazookas on the back of the mech wolf soldiers and placed them on his shoulder. He pulled the trigger and fired the shells. Shua! 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 The 10 cannonballs were extremely eye-catching in the night, and they exploded among the bandits, killing a large number of them. What is this? Quickly dodge. No. The bandits screamed in fear. That's Ying Luo. When Guo Yi heard the commotion, he looked up and saw 10 mechanical rangers rushing over with special weapons. My king. They are the subordinates of Prince Jiangli. Guo Yi was overjoyed as he shouted in surprise. But why are there only 10 of them? Guo Yi calmed himself down. There are close to 40,000 bandits here. What's the use of only 10 people? Has Jiang Li given up on Hope City? Aren't you going to save us? Who is it? Xiao Helong turned around. He could hear the commotion behind him and he could see the cannonballs exploding within his troops, killing a large number of his men. You're looking for death. Xiao Helong was furious. Boon! 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 The 10 mechanical rangers fired all their rockets, and the mechanical wolf soldiers also finished their bombardment, killing at least 300 to 400 bandits. Of course, most of the 40,000 bandits in the Hidden Dragon stockade were not qualified. How could they stop the bombardment of artillery? Da. Immediately after, the mechanical ranger took out its automatic rifle and fired from a long distance. Bullets flew everywhere, killing one bandit after another. The bandits roared and rushed over, but they fell one after another. I'll do it. At this moment, Liu Heching, the third in charge of the Hidden Dragon stockade, roared. He had the cultivation of an early-stage rank 2 martial artist. A thick earth attribute in a force emerged and covered his body. He was at the forefront. Kill. Liu Heching held his saber in his right hand and slashed. Charge. Buzz. One of the mechanical rangers activated its skill. A white light flashed on its body and its speed increased rapidly. It charged forward and arrived in front of Liu Heching in the blink of an eye. Knight's killing cleave. Phut. The mech knight's right hand shook, and his spear pierced through Liu Heching's blade light like a dragon and pierced through his heart. Ah, phut. Liu Heching screamed and spat out blood. His eyes widened in disbelief. One shot to death. The third master of the third Swen Ni is dead. The third head was stabbed to death. Oh my god. The bandit screamed in fear. What a good Dao Wu, so strong. Guo Yi's eyes widened in shock. Da. The automatic rifles fired and killed a large number of mountain bandits. Very quickly. The rifle's bullets were all used up. The mechanical ranger took out the night bow and fired one arrow after another. Each arrow could take the life of a mountain bandit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It could be seen. The mechanical ranger was extremely agile. The brigands simply couldn't keep up with its speed. Even if they were lucky enough to hit the mechanical ranger, they wouldn't be able to deal much damage. And every time the mechanical ranger attacked, it would kill a bandit. However, although the brigands' damage wasn't high, the mechanical ranger's damage continued to rise. Repair and replenish the ammunition. Sure. Jiandli used 20 energy points to repair the damage of 10 mechanical rangers and replenish all the ammunition they had. Boon. 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 Hence, it was another round of indiscriminate bombing. This Swen Ni, this Swen Ni. They are too strong. 10 people against 40,000 bandits. They were stunned. On the city wall, Guo Yi and the others were all stunned, and the soldiers of Hope City were also dumbfounded, almost unable to believe the reality before their eyes. Gulp. Guo Yi swallowed his saliva and muttered, each of the 10 subordinates of Jianli Commandu Prince is at the perfected stage of level 2. They also have special weapons and are very powerful. I was wrong. It's not that Jianli Commandu Prince doesn't want to send reinforcements. These 10 subordinates are enough. In reality, if it was a perfected stage 2 human martial artist, he would naturally not be able to deal as much damage as the mechanical rangers. This was because they didn't have the various weapons of the mechanical rangers. Furthermore, a martial artist at the perfected stage of stage 2 would eventually run out of inner force. When a martial artist's internal strength was exhausted, they could only wait for death. The mechanical rangers were different. Jiandli's internal force wouldn't run out, but the damage would increase. However, Jiandli could use energy points to repair it, so he didn't have to worry. Plus, although there were many bandits, there were not many experts. The Stage 1 army was like paper under the attack of the mechanical rangers. That was why he was able to achieve such a result. Open the city gates. Guo Yi waved his hand. All of you, counterattack. Kill. Rumble. The city gates of Hope City opened. Immediately after, Guo Yi jumped down from the city wall. He held his blade in his right hand and his metal-attributed internal strength gushed out. He swung his blade and the blade light swept toward Xiao Helon. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Helon let out a furious roar and swung his giant axe to block Guo Yi's attack. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 sides fought, and the axe and blade light clashed like 2 streams of light. The aftermath of the battle spread, and the ground was shaken and cracked, sending soil and stones flying. Charge. Kill. The soldiers of Hope City charged out of the city and engaged the bandits in battle. With the addition of the Hope City's army, the pressure on the mechanical rangers instantly decreased, and their killing speed increased. The brigands of the Hidden Dragon camp were almost completely defeated by the mechanical rangers. Phut. Phut. The mechanical wolf soldiers smacked out with their claws and crushed the bandit's head. Ah! The second-in-command of the Hidden Dragon stockade cried out in pain. The spear in his hand was slapped away by a mechanical wolf soldier. The mech knight on the back of the mechanical wolf soldier took the opportunity to cut off the head of the second-in-command. The second head of the second Swen Ni is also dead. Run. Devil. These people are all demons. I can't win. We can't win at all. Run for your lives. The morale of the remaining 20,000 bandits had completely collapsed. They no longer had the courage to continue fighting. They all scattered and fled, only thinking about escaping. The 20,000 mountain bandits fled. There were too many of them, and the 10 mechanical rangers could not kill many of them. The soldiers of Hope City were also chasing after the mountain bandits. It was estimated that more than 10,000 mountain bandits had escaped. Half a minute later, thump. With 10 mechanical rangers working together, Xiao Helong could only block a few moves before his axe was sent flying by the spear. Then, Guo Yi took the opportunity to severely injure Xiao Helong. Die. Guo Yi raised his blade and swung it at Xiao Helong's head. Stop. Clang. One of the mechanical rangers thrust out his spear and forced Guo Yi back. He can't die yet. The regional king has something to ask him, the mechanical ranger said. Yes, yes, yes. Guo Yi quickly nodded and said in a flattering tone, I was too rash. I'll send someone to tie him up. Bastards, who are you? Xiao Helong looked at the 10 mech rangers and asked in anger. One had to know. Xiao Helong had been the king of the mountain for so many years, and now that he had finally received the Half-Monster Alliance's order, he could start to act according to the plan. Xiao Helong had thought that his time had come. But in the end, along the way, 10 peak stage Tier 2 experts appeared. They were terrifyingly powerful and had powerful weapons. They completely defeated the 40,000 mountain bandits that he had gathered with great difficulty. He could not understand. Xiao Helong couldn't understand where these experts at the Great Circle of Type 2 realm came from. When did the Black Dragon County have such a terrifying force? The 10 mechanical rangers completely ignored Xiao Helong's question. Men, come. Guo Yi shouted. City Lord. The commanders of Hope City quickly came over. Tie Xiao Helong up. Guo Yi shouted. Yes. The commanders nodded. A few minutes later, Xiao Helong was tied up. Bring him back to the Grand Xia City. Under Jiangli's order, the 10 mechanical rangers took Xiao Helong away and immediately returned to the Great Xia City. They were going to hand him over to Baijianbo for interrogation. The regional king asked me to remind you to prepare the medicinal herbs and spirit herbs as soon as possible. Before he left, one of the mechanical rangers asked Guo Yi. Of course. This was also Jiangli's idea. Please rest assured. I have already made preparations. Tomorrow, I will send soldiers to deliver all the medicinal herbs and spirit herbs to the Great Xia City. Guo Yi quickly said. Let's go. Sure. The mechanical rangers returned to the Great Xia City at full speed. It's a complete horizontal sweep. In this battle, 10 complete stage level 2 mechanical rangers turned the tide of the battle. Jiangli watched the battle through XX010's communication device. Of course, this is also because, although there are many bandits, nearly 90% of them are cultivators of the elementary level. No matter how many of them there are, they won't be able to form a significant combat power. In addition, I can't form a Grade 2 army formation. Other than that, the mechanical rangers are extremely powerful. With all sorts of weapons, it doesn't matter how many substandard fighters there are in front of these powerful weapons. Chapter 174 Purple Eye. Although the 10 mechanical rangers that Jiangli sent killed a large number of bandits, most of the bandits were weak quasi-martial artists, so Jiangli didn't get many Saltinders. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. Jiangli glanced at it. There were a total of 98 level 1 Saltinders, 4 level 2 Saltinders, and 4 level 3 Saltinders. After we returned to the Great Xia City, hand Xiao Helong over to Baijianbo for interrogation. Let me know when you get the results. Go. Jiangli ordered. Yes. 2010 nodded. Buzz. Jiangli hung up the communication with XX010 and the communication screen turned off. Immediately, Jiangli asked XX01 about the situation of the 4 troops heading to the Spirit Desolate province. During the march of the 4 troops, they passed by some barbarian villages and were attacked by the barbarians. Of course, with the strength of these barbarian villages, the troops that attacked Jiangli were asking for death. The 4 troops killed all the barbarians easily and even got some soul tinders. 52 level 1 soul tinders dropped. Fuse. Sure. Fuse. Jiangli activated the soul tinder fusion function. The interface for soul tinder fusion appeared and he fused the 150 level 1 soul tinders one by one. Merging in progress. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. A notification appeared. Fusion failed. Fusion successful. Fusion failed. A few minutes later. After 15 attempts, Jiangli failed 10 times and succeeded 5 times. He got 5 level 2 soul tinders and 9 in total. 9 second stage soul tinders were not enough to continue the fusion. Sure. Okay. Jiangli closed all the interfaces and hung up the communication with the 4 troops. It was midnight. Jiangli fell asleep, exhausted. On the other side, within the Great Xia City, the 10 mechanical rangers had returned to Great Xia City with Xiao Helong. After entering the city, they went straight to the Sirius Gang's headquarters according to Jiangli's order. Where is Bai Zhanbo? 2010 found Hu Dom and asked, the regional king has a mission for Hen. The regional king? Hu Dom was stunned. What regional king? Obviously. Jiangli didn't return to the Great Xia City, so Hu Dom and the others didn't know that Qian Shishi had been killed by Jiangli. The Black Dragon County had also been changed to the Great Xia County by Jiangli and he had become the king. Lord Jiangli is the county king. 2010 said. This Bayan. Hu Dom's expression was one of shock and disbelief. Where is Bai Zhanbo? 2010 said in a heavy tone. Bai Zhanbo is in the interrogation hall. Hu Dom came back to his senses and immediately said, please follow me. Lead the way. XX010 said. A few minutes later, they had arrived at the interrogation hall. The door was pushed open. Bai Zhanbo. Hu Dong shouted. Elder Hu, what a rare guest. How come you have the time to come to my interrogation hall? Bai Zhanbo's figure emerged from the dark corner of the interrogation hall. His pale face had a smile on it and his clothes were stained with dried blood. Bai Zhanbo, the Jiangli Commandu Prince has a mission for you. Hu Dong shouted. The Commandu Prince of Jiangli. Huh. Bai Zhanbo was surprised. When did Jiangli become a Jiangwan? Bang. Bang. A mechanical ranger behind XX010 threw Xiao Helong, who was tied up, in front of Bai Zhanbo. The Jiangwan has ordered that your mission is to interrogate Xiao Helong and force him to reveal all his secrets. 2010 said coldly, if you fail, you die. Oh. Bai Zhanbo lowered his head and looked at Xiao Helong. Don't even think about it. Xiao Helong gritted his teeth and shouted, I won't say anything. Don't even think about getting anything out of me. You'll all die. You'll all die. Hee hee. Many people have told me that, Bai Zhanbo laughed. But after a few intimate moments, they started to treat me as their best friend and told me all their secrets. Trust me, you will be no exception. You dreaming? Xiao Helong roared. Please help me reply to Prince Jiangli. Bai Zhanbo will not let him down. Bai Zhanbo said to XX010. Yes. 2010 nodded and turned to leave. Hu Dong glanced at Bai Zhanbo and left quickly. Let's go, my dear friend. Bai Zhanbo squatted down and grabbed Xiao Helong by the collar. Then, he walked into the dark interrogation hall and the door closed with a clang. Ah. Half a minute later. A shrill scream came from the trial hall. It was so sharp that it was as if their eardrums had been pierced. The members of the Sirius Gang who passed by quickly avoided it and looked in the direction of the trial hall with lingering fear. The next day. Early in the morning. In the interrogation hall. In a dark torture chamber. On the wooden table. The flickering candlelight brought some light to the dark torture chamber. The dancing candlelight caused the shadows on the wall to form a strange distortion. It's done. The corners of Bai Zhanbo's mouth lifted. He picked up the letter and read it carefully. His eyes slowly turned purple. Half-monster alliance. Bai Zhanbo laughed. The power of the nation is fighting for the dragon. The hidden chess pieces of the 36 counties represent 36 flood dragons. In the end, a true dragon will be decided and the half-monster kingdom will be established. What a grand plan. I believe that when my respected regional king finds out, he will definitely be very interested. Don't you agree? My friend. Baijanbo turned around and looked behind him. Xiao Helong sat paralyzed on the torture chair. His entire body was covered in bloody wounds. His eyes were dull and he was drooling from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Xiao Helong had already lost his mind. My friend, you should be proud of yourself because you managed to withstand 36 of my punishments. In the end, I had no choice but to use bewitching purple eyes. Also, Baijanbo said slowly, my respected Zhengwang is a man of his word. If I don't get anything out of him, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. I'll have to trouble you. Phut. Baijanbo placed his right hand on top of Xiao Helong's head and his eyes turned a demonic purple. Xiao Helong's body trembled and his limbs went stiff. Finally, he died. It seemed like it was as if a soul shadow had flown out from Xiao Helong's corpse and merged into Baijanbo's pair of demonic purple eyes. Squeak. The door of the interrogation hall was pushed open. Baijanbo walked out of the room. The morning sun shone on his body. He looked up and said, the weather is nice today. You, come over. Wait. Baijanbo called out when he saw a gang member passing by. Bai Qingqing, Hall Master Bai. The disciple shivered. Give it to Elder Hu and tell him that I have completed the task that Zhengwang had given me. Baijanbo passed the envelope to her. Remember, don't peek. Gulp. The sect member swallowed his saliva and took the envelope. Little Yiya, I don't dare to. Go on. Baijanbo waved his hand. This lowly one will take his leave. This sect member retreated and left. After turning the corner, he quickly ran off and ran towards Hu Dong's residence. I've been busy all night, I need to rest. Baijanbo stretched lazily and walked back to the interrogation hall. The door closed with a clang. In the morning, at the border defense line, in the commander's tent, Jiandli woke up. This time, he slept for a long time. Chief Sovereign, Wen Gang and the others stayed by Jiandli's side all night. Yes. Jiandli got up and yawned. In the camp, the environment wasn't as good as the one in the Castellan mansion. Jiandli washed up and ate some food that Luo Qianshui and the others prepared. Soon after, Jiandli contacted 4 troops. It was only one night. The 4 troops had already taken down the 4 barbarian cities of the Spirit Desolate province. The spiritual Desolate county was defenseless at the moment. The troops that were sent to attack the border defense line of the Great Qian dynasty were all destroyed by Jiandli. With the combat power of the 4 troops Jiandli sent out, it was easy for them to take down the defenseless city. Currently, there were still 6 barbarian cities, Baron City and Maha City left. The 1st and 2nd units will head to Baron City, while the 3rd and 4th units will head to Maha City. And they were almost there. As for the gains from the 4 barbarian cities, due to time constraints, they did not have the time to organize and calculate the total. However, it was definitely not worse than the Demon City in Red Dragon County. Just the number of lower spiritual crystals alone was 500. Very good, he said. I'm fine. Jiandli was in a good mood after receiving the news. If nothing goes wrong, the 4 troops will be able to return today. Master, XX010 is requesting communication. XX01 said. Answer. Jiandli said. Yes. Buzz. The communication projection screen appeared. Chief Sovereign. 2010 saluted. What's the matter? Jiandli asked. My lord, Baijanbo has already obtained important information from Xiao Helong. 2010 replied. What's the specific? Jiandli asked. My lord, please take a look. This piece of paper contains all of Xiao Helong's secrets. 2010 opened the paper and pointed the camera at the content on the paper. It was clearly displayed in front of Jiandli. Jiangli read it carefully. It's the half-monster alliance again. Jiangli frowned. These half-monsters don't know how to stop. They've been planning for so long and set up so many hidden chess pieces in the Great Shen dynasty. The battle for the dragon and the fate of the nation, the name of the plan is quite resounding. Jiangli thought, in that case, the Red Eyebrow Empire and the Black Snake Empire sent their troops at the same time, probably because of this battle of national fate. They want to take advantage of the chaos and occupy the territory of the Great Shen dynasty. It's just that he's angry. Jiangli took a deep breath and murmured, "Does the Imperial Court of Dchen really not know anything?" The Imperial Court of Dchen really didn't have any news about the Half-Monster Alliance's many hidden chess pieces. If that's the case, then the Imperial Court is truly rotten to the core. But if the Imperial Court of Dchen received the news in advance and allowed the Half-Monster Alliance to strengthen their hidden chess piece, they might be able to lure the Half-Monster Alliance, the Red-Browed and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdoms to send their troops. There's a huge scheme behind this. Then, who are you, the one on the throne of the Imperial Court of Dchen? Jiangli murmured with deep eyes. Chapter 175 Return. Jiangli then walked out of the commander's tent, followed by Wen Gang and the other mechs. 30,000 walking corpse puppets stayed outside the camp and 80,000 mechs were stationed in the camp, taking up a large area. "My king. Your Highness." In the surroundings, the soldiers of Qianshui City all saluted Jiangli. They were very respectful and didn't feel distant like they were yesterday. Jiangli had given out nearly 200,000 blood refinement pills yesterday, which helped him win over some people's hearts. Soon after, Jiangli went to Luo Qianshui. Luo Qianshui was patrolling on the border city wall. "My king." Luo Qianshui bowed. "Yes. Yes." Jiangli nodded and said, "Lord of Qianshui City, I have a task for you." "Please give your orders, Regional King." Luo Qianshui said. "Build a floating bridge on the border river today." "Is there a problem?" Jiangli asked. "A floating bridge?" "No problem," Luo Qianshui murmured. "Yes. Yes." Jiangli nodded. "Give the order." "Yes." Luo Qianshui said. "Let's go." Jiangli walked down the border wall. "City Lord, what is the King of Jian County planning to do?" Zhong Feiyan asked in a low voice. "Don't ask too much. Just complete the mission," Luo Qianshui said. "Yes." Zhong Feiyan nodded. Luo Qianshui gave the order and mobilized 2,000 soldiers to start carrying boulders and piling them into the Ji River. He was obviously planning to fill a bridge with boulders. The commander's tent. Whoosh! Jiangli took out the blood refining bead and held it in his right hand. He started to absorb the pure blood energy in the blood refining bead and turned it into his own internal force. It was obvious. This time, Jiangli felt that his refining speed and cultivation speed had increased. It was one level higher than before. When he was cultivating in the past, if Jiangli was using a cart, then he was like riding a bicycle. His cultivation speed was much faster. Looks like the 1,000-year spirit pith flowers effects aren't bad. Jiangli was overjoyed and murmured, "If I can get a few more spiritual herbs or medicinal pills that can improve my aptitude, I can get rid of the title of trash." Time passed. Jiangli had been cultivating for almost a day. With the help of the blood refinement bead, he had gained quite a lot. The inner energy in his danqian had strengthened a lot. He estimated that after a few more days of cultivation, he would be able to accumulate enough inner energy to try to open the third meridian. In the evening, the 4 troops had returned. Jiangli was already waiting on the city wall as soon as he got the news. Rumble. The roar of the engine was heard. In front, the 4 vehicles drove over, bringing with them clouds of dust. The large military transport trucks were filled with a large number of spoils of war. On the Ji River, it was a stone bridge built with huge stones. Although it was not very strong, it could still be used temporarily. It was much stronger than a pontoon bridge. The convoy returned through the stone bridge. He returned with a full load. A large amount of resources, wealth, pills, and spiritual medicine filled the transport trucks. In the surroundings, the celestial water city soldiers looked from afar and could clearly see that the special carriages were filled with a large number of spoils of war. It was difficult to estimate the value of these things. Could all these things have been plundered from the Spirit Desolate province? Zhong Feiyan swallowed his saliva. What else? Luo Qianshui said. This is too much. The other Deputy General, Wang Delay, exclaimed, I estimate that at least 4 barbarian cities have been plundered. Otherwise, there's no way there would be so many things. I don't think it's just that. And don't forget, the army that the Duke of Jiang County sent out last night will be back this evening, said Li Qing, the Deputy General. In other words, they only spent less than a day and a night to sweep through the entire Spirit Desolate province and take down 6 barbarian cities. Sigh. When the other soldiers heard this, they all gasped. It's not just that. Luo Qinshui's gaze fell on a large military transport truck, and something inside caught her eye. Not only the 6 barbarian cities, but the capital of the Spirit Desolation County has also been taken down by them. The tattered county flag in the carriage is proof of that. This Bayan. Zhong Feiyan's eyes widened. It really is. Li Qing looked in the direction of the voice and saw the broken county flag that was covered in blood. It was probably taken by the mechs when they were cleaning up the battlefield. In one day and one night, they took down 6 barbarian cities, then took down the capital of the Spiritual Desolation province, and finally returned with a full load. The casualties are almost negligible. Such combat strength is simply too terrifying. The 4 troops returned to the barracks and stopped in the open space. My king. GJS-01, CQ-01, CQ-02, and CQ-03 stood in front of Jiang Li and saluted at the same time. Reporting to my king, the 6 barbarian cities of the Spirit Desolate County, including the county city, have all been taken down. The 6 cities and county cities have been destroyed, and nearly 1 million barbarians have been slaughtered. Bring back all the supplies. Mission completed. All right, he said. Good job, Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. Well done. 4 troops. Excluding the intel mechs, the 40,000 mechs completed the task in 1 day and 1 night. Furthermore, he only lost 1,010 perfected stage level 1 mechs, 100 early stage level 2 mechs, and 5 perfected stage level 2 mechs. Among them, the 10 perfected stage level 1 mech started the self-destruction sequence, but the early stage and perfected stage level 2 mechs didn't. A total of 162,500 energy points had been recovered. The consumption of war. It cost him 5,200 energy points to refill the ammunition and recover the mechs. Bring the spirit crystals in. Jiang Li walked into the commander's tent. Yes. Okay. GJS-01 nodded and moved a jade box down from the large military transport truck in the front. He followed Jiang Li into the commander's tent. In the surroundings, the soldiers of Qianshui City gathered, but they didn't dare to get too close. They only watched from a distance, sizing up the various items on the transport trucks. Obviously, with so many items and spoils of war, the soldiers were extremely envious. At the same time, they were also a little envious. They discussed animatedly and noisily. Zhong Feiyan. Seeing this, Luo Qianshui frowned and said in a deep voice, disperse all the soldiers. It's not proper for them to gather here like this. In reality, Luo Qianshui was also worried that Jiang Li would be unhappy if the soldiers gathered here. Yes. Zhong Feiyan nodded. What are you all doing? Zhong Feiyan immediately walked over and shouted, all of you, disperse. Immediately, the soldiers dispersed, leaving with some reluctance. In the commander's tent. Put it on the ground and open it. Jiang Li said. Yes. GJS-01 put the jade box with the lower spiritual crystals on the ground and opened it. The lower spiritual crystals inside were all neatly arranged. There were quite a few of them. There were a total of 1730 of them. Among them, he got 730 from the 6 barbarian cities and 1,000 from the Spiritual Desolation County. The spiritual desolation county was obviously richer than what he got in Red Dragon County. 1,730. That's already quite a lot, Jiangli murmured. Sure. Jiangli put his right hand on the lower spiritual crystal. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? Yes. Jiangli immediately confirmed. Buzz. A white light flashed. The 1,730 lower spiritual crystals in the jade box had all disappeared. Conversion successful. You've received 173,000 energy points. A notification appeared. All right, he said. Jiangli was overjoyed. More than 17 million energy points were in his hands. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. In the energy points column, the number of energy points increased from 100,793,000 to 275,366,000. The energy points have increased to nearly 30 million. There are too many soldiers at the border defense line, Jiangli murmured. It's not easy to convert the herbs. I should go back to Great Xia City soon. The border defense line must be left with troops to guard against the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's attack. We also need to station our troops at the Green Mountain Range. We don't have enough troops. The next day, Jiangli was ready to leave the border defense line. He left 30,000 mechs and 30,000 walking puppets to guard the border. Among them, perfected stage level 1 mech, 6,000 combat mechs, 6,000 cold weapon mechs, 6,000 firearm mechs, 6,000 biochemical mechs, and 5 intel mechs. Early stage level 2 mech, 1,000 electric-powered mechs, 1,000 transport mechs, 1,000 artillery soldiers, 1,000 tank mechs, and 1,000 mechanical rangers. Perfected stage level 2 mech, 200 electric-powered mechs, 200 transport mechs, 200 artillery mechs, 200 tank mechs, and 200 mechanical rangers. The temporary commander was YNMYQ-01. There were a total of 30,006. Farewell, my king. Outside the military camp, Luo Qianshui, Luo Yilin, and the others stood at the front. Behind them were the soldiers of Qianshui City and the 30,000 mechs temporarily led by YNMYQ-01. Rumble. Jiangli sat in the passenger seat of YS-01. The car drove at full speed, stirring up clouds of dust and gradually disappearing from Luo Qianshui's sight. Let's go back. Luo Qianshui looked away. Don't let your guard down. There must be enough patrols on the border city wall at all times to prevent a sneak attack from the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison. Luo Qianshui City Lord, 30,000 walking corpse puppets can move 24 hours a day. They are qualified to patrol. The huge YNMYQ-01 walked over, and the psionic mammoth knight jumped down from the back of the soldier and stood in front of Luo Qianshui. All right, he said. Luo Qianshui nodded. It'll be great if you can help. At noon, when Jiangli returned to the Great Xia City, Guo Yi from Hope City was leading the team to deliver all the spirit herbs and herbs in Hope City. The two sides met in the Great Xia City. Your Highness. Guo Yi ran over and said in a flattering tone, this subordinate has finally met you. These are all the medicinal herbs and spirit herbs in Hope City. Please check and accept them. Not bad. Okay. Jiangli glanced around and saw that the carriages were filled with herbs. There was a strong smell of herbs. He nodded and said, send them to the City Lord Mansion. Yes, yes. Guo Yi quickly nodded. Chapter 176, an announcement. Guo Yi was following Jiangli like a lackey. There were many large carriages filled with herbs and spirit herbs behind him. Then, they went straight to the City Lord's mansion. It's nothing. Leave the things behind and you can go. Jiangli said. Yes, yes. Guo Yi nodded and did not dare to say anything more. He turned around and left. Wait a moment. Wait. Jiangli suddenly shouted. Jiangwen, do you have any other orders? Guo Yi immediately stopped in his tracks. If I'm not mistaken, Hope City is very close to Jinwan County, right? What's wrong? Jiangli asked. Yes, I am. Guo Yi nodded. Yes. Jiangli thought for a moment and said, during this period of time, send someone to pay close attention to the movements in Jinwen County and report to me immediately if anything happens. Yes, your subordinate understands. Guo Yi nodded his head repeatedly. I promise to complete the mission. Go on. Don't worry. Jiangli waved his hand. If you do this well, I'll reward you. It is this subordinate's honor to share the burden of Jiangwan. Guo Yi said in a flattering tone. Soon after, Guo Yi left the Great Xie city. Jiangli took out the list of herbs and spirit herbs that Guo Yi gave him. Among them, there were 5,000 ordinary spiritual herbs, 6,530 low-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 4,400 medium-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 2,000 high-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, and 1,000 top-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs. There were 80 low-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs, 20 medium-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs, 8 high-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs, and no Tier 2 superior-grade spirit herbs or Tier 3 spirit herbs. Obviously, the last time Hua Qian went to Hope City to trade, he had purchased most of the ordinary herbs. Guo Yi gathered all the medicinal herbs and spirit herbs in the city and sent them to the Great Xie city. There were only 5,000 ordinary medicinal herbs, which were not even as many as the inferior class first-grade spiritual herbs. Convert. This time, Jiangli didn't keep the spirit herbs. Instead, he converted all the ordinary herbs and spirit herbs that Guo Yi sent. Buzz. A white light flashed. The medicinal herbs and spirit herbs had all disappeared. Conversion successful. 345,500 energy points obtained. A notification appeared. I've only managed to convert more than 300,000 energy points from so many herbs. Jiangli shrugged. If we can find a buyer and sell all the spiritual herbs, we can sell them for 328.5 million taels of silver. We can use the 300 million taels of silver to buy ordinary herbs and convert them into energy points. We can get about 3 million points. The difference is almost 10 times. Unfortunately, I can't find anyone to trade with. Neither the Half-Monster Alliance nor the Great Ganlord Dynasty can trade with me. It's even more impossible for the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom. Therefore, even though I'll lose a lot if I convert them directly, I can only convert the spiritual herbs into energy points first. Only then will I have enough energy points to send out more troops, increase the number of troops, and improve my own strength. Only then can we take the initiative in the chaotic situation that follows. In the afternoon, City Lord's mansion. Jiangli sat on the highest seat in the front. Below, they were Hong Qianqi, Han Liki, Shu Wei, Hu Dong, Wen Pingyuan, Hua Qian, Wu Zong, Pan Kuei, and 2 new elders of the Sirius gang that Jiangli didn't know. It could be said that all the higher-ups of the Great Xie city were present. Furthermore, the Sirius gang was growing bigger and bigger in the Great Xie city. The various industries of the gang had spread all over the Great Xie city, and the Sirius gang was the only dominant one. The gang's power was like the sun in the sky. As the gang grew in size, the number of members would naturally increase. The management would also become more cumbersome, and 2 new elders would be added. Wu Zong and Pan Kuei were also promoted to elders of the Sirius gang. Compared to the past, the 2 of them were now considered high-ranking and powerful. They managed a large number of gang members and various gang businesses. Who knew how many merchants had come to curry favor with them? I've gathered you here today to announce a few things. Jiangli looked down at Shu Wei and the others. Hong Qianqi and the others looked at each other, then said in unison, "At your command, my lord." Yes. Jiangli nodded and glanced at them. The first thing I want to say is that from today on, the Black Dragon County will be renamed the Great Xie County and officially break away from the Great Qian Dynasty. I will be the county king of the Great Xie County. Leave, my king. Han Liki raised his head in shock. Only Hu Dong was calm because he knew about it in advance, but he didn't tell anyone else. Now that Jiangli had announced it in person, he had some time to prepare. This buy-in. Wang Ping, Yuan Hua Qian, and the others were also stunned. Sir, are you going to make yourself king? Wu Zong swallowed his saliva. That's great. Greetings, my lord. Peng Kuei shouted. Greetings, my lord. Plop. Peng Kuei knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Li first. Shu Wei greets the Zhengwan. Immediately, Shu Wei also knelt down and saluted. Sir, this is unacceptable. Please reconsider. At this moment, the newly appointed elder of the Sirius gang was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He knelt down and said loudly, "We are all citizens of DHN. How can we do such a treasonous thing as leaving the DHN dynasty and making ourselves kings? Moreover, the great Ganlord dynasty is powerful. We can't stop their army. We are asking for our own destruction. You're digging your own grave." Jiang Li smiled and squinted at the middle-aged man. He asked calmly, "What's your name?" "My lord, this subordinate's surname is Li and my name is Yong." Li Yong raised his head and said, "Li Yong. Okay." Jiang Li nodded. His expression didn't change. Then, he glanced at the other newly appointed elder. He saw a young man with a delicate face who had his head lowered and did not dare to speak. "What do you guys think?" Jiang Li asked Hong Qianqi and the others. "Of course it's whatever you say," Peng Kuei said directly. "Without you, we would not be where we are today. That's why I'm willing to go through fire and water for you, my lord," Shu Wei shouted. "At your command, my lord," Hua Qian said. "We pay our respects to the regional king." Wang Pingyuan and Hu Dong saluted at the same time. Hong Qianqi and Han Liki looked at each other. Without hesitation, they knelt down at the same time and said in unison, "Your subordinate pays his respects to the regional king." "You guys." Li Yong was stunned. "Li Yong, your name has the word Yong in it, but I can't see your courage. I can only see your timidity and ignorance." "No." Jiang Li shook his head. One had to know. Jiang Li had killed the admiral of the Great Shen dynasty in the Great Xia city. He had already completely fallen out with the Great Shen dynasty. Not to mention, Jiang Li had killed Chen Shishi not long ago. The most important thing was ancient puppet technique. King Chen tried to see the ancient puppet technique that didn't exist in Jiang Li's hand. Under such circumstances, Jiang Li only had one choice left, which was to go against the Great Shen dynasty. However, Li Yong, on the other hand, didn't understand the situation at all. He even advised Jiang Li to think twice and said that he was asking for his own death. Such an idea was completely stupid and cowardly. Furthermore, he was only thinking for himself. He had worked hard to become an elder of the Sirius gang. He had both status and power, but he had to go against the Great Shen dynasty before he could enjoy it. In Li Yong's eyes, this was courting death. For his own benefit and status, he absolutely couldn't do this. Such a useless person, just kill him. Jiang Li waved his hand. "No. Chief Jiang, you can't do this. You can't do this." Li Yong screamed in horror. "Yes. Sure." Gan Wang's figure flashed and disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared in front of Yong Li. He threw a punch which shook the air and produced a shock wave. "Phut!" Yong Li screamed and vomited blood. His eyes were wide open and his heart was broken by Wen Gang's punch. Bang! His body fell to the ground. Plop! The other young man was so scared that he kneeled on the ground and trembled. Jiang Li just glanced at him and ignored him. "Who was Li Yong promoted to?" Jiang Li asked. "It's Xinjian, it's your subordinate." Wang Pingyuan's voice trembled. "Wang Pingyuan," Jiang Li said in a deep voice. "You don't know how to judge people and promoted useless people. But since you've worked hard, I'll spare you from death. I can avoid death, but I can't escape punishment. From today onwards, your position as an elder of the Sirius gang will be removed. Do you have any objections?" Your subordinate accepts his punishment. Wang Pingyuan cut out and didn't dare to have any objections. "Get down." Jiang Li waved his hand. "Yes." Wang Pingyuan retreated with a pale face. "Next, I'll announce the second matter." Jiang Li continued, "You should know that Hope City was attacked by the Hidden Dragon Village bandits yesterday. They asked Great Xia City for help. I sent troops to help them. In the end, the Hidden Dragon Village bandits were defeated and Xiao Helong, the leader of the Hidden Dragon Village, was captured. After Bai Zhamb's interrogation, he learned from Xiao Helong that the Half-Monster Alliance had been planning this for 10 years. They've been secretly planning the Battle for the Dragon plan. Currently, the Half-Monster Alliance has a hidden chess piece in each of the 36 counties of the Great Chen dynasty, and they've all been activated. In other words, the entire Great Ganlor dynasty is in a state of chaos. The Half-Monster Alliance has also allied with the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. These two kingdoms took advantage of the chaos in the Great Chen dynasty and sent out their troops to occupy the territory of the Great Chen dynasty. My lord, is this information true? If it's really as you say, then wouldn't our Black Vatican, the Great Xia province, be the first to bear the brunt? It's because we are connected to the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom. Hong Qianqi immediately understood the key point and said seriously, if the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Brow Demon Kingdom send their troops at the same time, can we really defend? This Bayan, Hu Dong and the others looked at each other and they could see the worry in each other's eyes. My lord, what should we do now? Wu Zong asked. My lord, why don't we just retreat? Why should we help the Imperial Court of Dhen resist the invasion of the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom? There's no need to stay here at all. Elder Hua Tian's words are very reasonable. Wu Zong nodded in agreement. You don't have to worry about this. There's only one thing you need to do, Jiangli said. That's to manage Great Xia City for me and take care of your own businesses. I'm telling you this so that you can be prepared. And when did I say that I would help the Imperial Court of Dhen resist the invasion of the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom? I feel that this fire is not big enough and need this Zhengwang to add more fire. This Bayan. What does the Zhengwang mean by this? Hu Dong and the others were puzzled. Chapter 177 Decisive. Wu Zong, Pan Kuei, I have a mission for you. Go to Five Lakes City and Pingding City immediately and remind Zhuo Linyu and Chanping Wen that the 3-day time limit is almost up. It's time, Jiangli said. They should hand in their spiritual herbs. Yes. Wu Zong and Pan Kuei nodded. Your Highness, the Serious Gangs industries have been developing rapidly. In addition, they've purchased herbs from the villagers in the surrounding villages. They've accumulated a lot of herbs and stored them in the gang's warehouse. Xu Wei said. All right, I'll go and take a look. Jiangli said. In the evening, Jiangli first went to the warehouse of the Serious Gang. All the herbs and spiritual herbs that the Serious Gang had collected were stored there. It had already been counted. There were 11,000 ordinary herbs and 500 inferior grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs. Convert. Energy points. Jiangli put his right hand on the herbs and turned them into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 53,000 energy points. Even though it's only 50,000 points. Jiangli murmured, but no matter what, it's still meat. Little by little, it makes a lot. Sure. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? Jiangli put his hand on the 500 low-grade level 1 spiritual herbs and a notification popped up. Yes. Yes. Jiangli confirmed. He had converted all 500 low-grade first-grade spiritual herbs. Conversion successful. You've received 5,000 energy points. A notification appeared. Soon after, Jiangli left the temporary camp. All the mechs were in the temporary camp, and the large military transport trucks full of spoils were also parked in the camp. Move all the herbs and spirit herbs out of the carriage. Go. Jiangli ordered. Yes. The mechs nodded. Tens of thousands of mechs moved and carried the boxes of herbs and elixirs out of the cars in a short time. They piled up like a mountain. A strong smell of medicinal herbs assailed his nose. You guys guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone get close. If you see anyone approaching, kill them on the spot. Jiangli said. Yes. The mechs immediately scattered. It's starting. Jiangli took a deep breath. This time, Jiangli didn't send someone to count the gains, nor did he send someone to classify the spiritual herbs according to their grades, because he was going to convert all the herbs and spiritual herbs. Naturally, there was no need to waste this time. Although he would lose a lot of money, it was convenient and fast. He could directly convert it into energy points and did not have to waste time trading with others. Jiangli reached out his right hand and touched the herbs. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? Yes. Jiangli confirmed. Woo 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 woo. With a flash of white light, the ordinary herbs in the boxes in front of Jiangli were all transformed and disappeared. They became empty boxes. Conversion successful. You've received 6204700 energy points. A notification appeared. 6 barbarian tribes and all the ordinary herbs I've obtained from a county city have been converted to more than 6 million energy points. Jiangli closed the pop-up window and murmured, I think there should be more than 1 million ordinary herbs. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to convert so many energy points. Continue. Jiangli put his right hand on the spiritual herb next to him. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? Yes. Jiangli confirmed. Whoosh! A large white light flashed. All the spiritual herbs in front of Jiangli disappeared and were converted into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 1285000 energy points. A notification appeared. Jiangli took out all the inferior grade, medium grade, superior grade, and supreme grade spirit herbs. The lower, middle, and upper grade spirit herbs of the second tier were all transformed. In total, he had converted more than 12 million energy points. A low-grade spirit herb could be converted into 10 energy points, a medium-grade spirit herb could be converted into 20 energy points, a high-grade spirit herb could be converted into 40 energy points, and a supreme-grade spirit herb could be converted into 80 energy points. A Grade 2 inferior class spirit herb could be converted into 100 energy points. A Grade 2 medium class spirit herb could be converted into 200 energy points. A Grade 2 superior class spirit herb could be converted into 400 energy points. A Grade 2 superior class spirit herb could be converted into 800 energy points. In terms of price, a second grade inferior class spirit herb was worth 100,000 taels of silver, a second grade middle class spirit herb was worth 200,000 taels of silver, and a second grade superior class spirit herb was worth 400,000 taels of silver. However, a superior grade Tier 2 spiritual medicine was different. This was because a Tier 2 superior grade spirit herb was already close to a Tier 3 spirit herb. It could even be useful for a Tier 3 inborn expert. Some of the more precious Tier 2 superior grade spirit herbs were even rarer. So, superior grade second grade spiritual herbs were traded with spiritual crystals and rarely with gold and silver. Only these 10 stalks of second grade spirit medicine are left. Jiangli moved the only jade box with spiritual herbs over and opened it. There were 10 exquisite jade boxes inside. Each jade box contained a second grade spirit herb with abundant spiritual chi. However, Jiangli didn't know the 10 top-tier level 2 spiritual herbs, nor did he know their effects. He could ask Shuai and the others tomorrow. They should know. Shua. The Dominator panel opened. In the energy points column, the number of energy points increased from 2753660 to 4664930 points. The number of energy points was already close to 50 million points. Not bad. Okay. Jiangli nodded in satisfaction. He left the temporary military camp with the 10 top-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs and headed to the warehouse of the city lord's mansion. He was prepared to convert all the spirit herbs he had accumulated during this period of time. One had to know. Jiangli robbed 5 demon cities in the Red Dragon County and got a lot of spiritual herbs. He only sold a small part of them, plus the ones he got from the Black Dragon County. Now, they were all piled up in the warehouse of the city lord's mansion. Shuai had a special record of the exact number and recorded it in a book. Jiangli also took a look and browsed through it. In the warehouse of the city lord's mansion, there were mechs guarding the door. Jiangli walked forward and put his right hand on the spiritual herbs in the warehouse. Shua. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? Yes. Sure, Gianderly confirmed without hesitation. Whoosh! A large white light flashed. All the spirit herbs disappeared. They were converted into energy points. Conversion successful. You've received 742,000 energy points. A notification appeared. More than 7 million points, not even 10 million. It's not much different, Gianderly murmured. After all, I sold a small part of the spiritual herbs and I didn't rob anything from the Red Dragon County. Of course, I didn't get as much as I did in the spiritual Desolate County. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. In the energy points column, the number of energy points increased to 544,148,000 points. It's over 50 million. So rich, Gianderly murmured. I'm finally a little richer. If I can make a deal with the Half-Monster Alliance and sell these spiritual herbs for ordinary herbs, I'll have more than 100 million energy points. Gianderly thought. But it's fine. I'll just have to fight for more spirit herbs when I run out. The most important thing is still energy points and the strength I can control. As long as I'm strong enough, I won't have to worry about not being able to get spirit herbs and medicinal herbs. It's getting more and more chaotic, Gianderly murmured. I have to strengthen the mech army as soon as possible. As for the rest, I'll think about it after this is over. In reality, this time, Gianderly had already made up his mind. He was going to take the initiative and use the Great Shah as a base to invade the other counties of the Great Shen dynasty. Occupy the territory of the Great Ganlord dynasty. One had to know. It didn't matter if the Imperial Court knew about the Half-Monster Alliance's plan in advance or not. Gianderly only had one thing to do now, which was to keep strengthening himself and expanding his territory. Just nice. The current situation. The 36 counties of the Great Shen dynasty were in the midst of war, and it was the perfect time for them to take advantage of the situation. The Red-Browed Demon Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom had the same idea. As for how to deal with the Black Serpent Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Yoa Kingdom's invasion of the Great Shia County. Let's go. Gianderly was going to beat the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrow Empire with his powerful army and decisiveness. He wanted to show them the power of the Great Shia. As long as the kings of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Yoa Kingdom were not stupid. After suffering losses time and time again in the Great Shia province, they should know that the Great Shia province was an extremely tough bone to chew. If they continued to fight the Great Shia province, they would only suffer losses. Even though they knew that they would continue to suffer losses, they still continued to attack the Great Shia prefecture. In the end, they would not get anything, and this was not in the interests of the kingdom. So, this was the only way. Only then would the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom give up on attacking the Great Shia province and think of a way to bypass the Great Shia province and invade the other provinces of the Great Shen dynasty. After all, although the Great Shia province was connected to the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom, there were other ways to enter the Great Shen dynasty's territory, such as crossing the Azure Spirit Lake or crossing the Wuzu Plain. However, whether it was to deter the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom or to invade the other counties of the Great Shen dynasty, they would need a large number of soldiers, a powerful army. 100,000 soldiers weren't enough for Gianderly to carry out these plans. He needed more soldiers to increase the strength of the mech army. Late at night. Let's go. Gianderly walked out of Great Shia City with YNSH-01 and a few other mechs. They went to the empty land where mechs were often made. He confirmed that there was no one around. Sure. Make 300 combat mechs, 300 cold weapon mechs, 110 firearm mechs, 300 biochemical mechs, 70 electric mechs, 10 artillery mechs, 10 tank mechs, 10 mechanical rangers, and 5 transportation mechs. Gianderly used 115,100 energy points to build 1,010 level 1 mechs and 105 level 2 mechs to make up for the losses from the invasion of the Spirit Desolate province. Chapter 178 Crocodile Emperor. The manufacturing interface appeared. There were 9 illusionary figures on the interface, representing 9 different types of soldiers. There were different numbers next to each figure, representing the number of mechs to be built. Countless light spots filled the illusionary figure. The illusionary figure gradually solidified. A minute later, creation complete. The upgrade appeared. Sure. In front. The figures of mechs appeared out of thin air and occupied an empty space. My lord. Thousands of mechs in camouflage uniforms saluted Jiang Li at the same time. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. Upgrade. Jiang Li then used 211,400 energy points to upgrade all 1,010 level 1 mechs to the perfected stage of level 1 and 5 level 2 mechs to the perfected stage of level 2. Sure. The light flickered. The upgrade of the mechs was completed and they were fully equipped. We've replenished the losses, so it's time to increase the number of troops. Jiang Li said. The Dominator panel opened. Jiang Li looked at the number of energy points and calculated in his mind. He confirmed the number of mechs he needed to build this time. The last time we sent out more than 60 million energy points, we used up nearly 50 million energy points and increased the number of troops to 100,000. This time, we have more than 50 million energy points. 5 types of level 1 units, Jiang Li murmured and made a decision. Apart from the intel mechs, I'll make 20,000 units for each of the other 4 types. He made 80,000 level 1 mechs and used up 800,000 energy points. Buzz. The manufacturing interface immediately popped up. 4 illusionary figures appeared on the interface. Next to each illusionary figure was a word count of X 20,000, representing the number of materials needed to be manufactured. The illusory figure was surrounded by countless light spots, which gradually solidified. A minute later, creation complete. Jiang Li received a notification. Sure. The next moment, 80,000 mechs appeared out of thin air. They were divided into 4 groups according to the type of soldiers. They lined up in front of Jiang Li. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. The 80,000 mechs saluted. Their steps and movements were in sync. The sound was loud and clear. All right, he said. Jiang Li smiled and looked at the soldiers in front of him, feeling satisfied. Congratulations, my lord. Because you created 20,000 cold weapon mechs at the same time, a special probability has been triggered. You've received level 1 elite mechs, Archer Mech X30, Spear Mech X30, Huge Axe Mech X30, Hammer Mech X30, Whip Mech X30. Elite troops. The chance of triggering it is higher this time. There are 150 elite units in total, and a new type of elite unit has appeared. All elite troops, step forward. Jiang Li said. Yes. 150 elite soldiers walked out of the cold weapon mech group. They stood in 5 teams according to the different types of soldiers. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. They saluted. Yes. Okay, Jiang Li nodded and looked at the whip mech. What came into view were 30 female soldiers with tall figures, delicate faces, and cold expressions. The whip mechs were all female soldiers. Jiang Li looked around. There was a pair of alloy daggers on the outside of the whip mech's thighs and a special iron whip made of special materials on his waist. Sure. Unit type, whip mech, elite. Rank, early stage of rank 1. No, NB01. Skill 1, level 1 low-grade cold weapon mastery. Skill 2, level 1 low-grade whip technique. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 40 energy points. Jiang Li checked the information of the whip mech. Currently, if they were only elite troops without considering their ranks, Jiang Li had 50 archer mechs, 50 spear mechs, 50 huge axe mechs, 40 hammer mechs, and 30 whip mechs. And the psionic mammoth rangers. There were a total of 221. There are already over 200 elite troops. Jiang Li thought to himself, if there's enough level 2 soul tinders in the future, I can upgrade all the elite units to level 2 and form a special force that's full of elite units. I believe that when the time comes, this elite squad will be able to display extremely powerful combat strength and complete some special missions. Or on the battlefield, they'll be like a sharp knife piercing the heart of an enemy. Of course, Jiangli could only think about it. He didn't have enough stage 2 soul tinder now. Upgrade to 80,000 matches. Jiangli used 112,000 energy points to upgrade all 80,000 match to the perfected stage of level 1. Buzz. The 80,000 match glowed with white light, which was very bright in the night. A few seconds later, the light disappeared. All of them had been promoted. All right, he said. Jiangli looked at the match that had been upgraded with satisfaction. All the matches were fully equipped and they were now sergeants. Build 2,000 electric-powered matches, 2,000 transport matches, 2,000 artillery matches, 2,000 tank matches, and 2,000 mechanical rangers. Jiangli used 10 million energy points to make 10,000 early-stage level 2 matches. Sure. The manufacturing interface appeared. There were 5 illusionary figures on the interface. Countless light spots filled them and gradually solidified. There was a number X2000 next to each illusionary figure, representing the number of materials needed to be manufactured. A minute later, creation complete. The upgrade appeared. 5 illusionary figures condensed. Sure. 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 10,000 mechs appeared out of thin air in front of Jiangli. They took up a large area. They were divided into 5 groups according to the different types of soldiers. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. The mech saluted and shouted in unison. Yes. Jiangli looked around and saw a special figure in the group of 2,000 mechanical rangers. His eyes lit up. Sure. Congratulations, my lord. Because you created 2,000 mechanical rangers at the same time, a special probability has been triggered. You have obtained the Stage 2 Elite Soldier type, Mechanical Emperor Crocodile Rangers. Jiangli also received the notification. Rank 2 Elite Troop Class. Jiangli was overjoyed. He couldn't help but smile. I've triggered a special chance again. Compared to the level 1 elite troop, the level 2 elite troop is more powerful and has a very low chance of triggering it. Mechanical Emperor Crocodile Rangers, step forward. Stop. Jiangli shouted. Boon. Boon. A figure walked out from the group of mechanical rangers. Every step he took caused the ground to shake slightly. His body was extremely huge. Chief Sovereign. Greetings, Commander. The mechanical crocodile Emperor cavalry stood in front of Jiangli and saluted him. Jiangli felt pressured. First of all, Jiangli noticed the mechanical Emperor crocodile at first glance. It was an ancient creature with a huge body and a ferocious look. Its body was 10 meters long. Its body was dark green in color, and its incomparably huge bloody mouth could easily bite a living creature to pieces. Its thick limbs were like huge stone pillars, and its sharp claws were covered in armor-like scales. It was filled with explosive power. Powerful. It was extremely powerful. On the back of the Crocodile Emperor, there were weapons and firearms. Other than that, there was also an extremely wide and heavy sword. It was fully equipped. It was hard to imagine. If such a powerful troop type were to charge into the battlefield, the destructive power it would cause would probably make the enemy completely terrified. One had to know. This was only the early stage of Tier 2. Sure. Jiangli opened the information on the mechanical crocodile cavalry and read it carefully. Unit type, Mechanical Emperor Crocodile Rangers, Elite. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, Dex 01. Skill 1, Stage 2 Inferior Grade Charge. Skill 2, Level 2 Low Grade Bloodthirst. Equipment, Stage 2 Low Grade Cold Weapon Night Set, Stage 2 Low Grade Hot Weapon Night Set, Stage 2 Low Grade Exclusive Weapon Emperor Crocodile Heavy Sword. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 4,000 energy points. Subtroop type, Mechanical Emperor Crocodile Knight. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, Dex 01. Skill 1, Stage 2 Low Grade Knight's Killing Skill. Skill 2, Level 2 Inferior Grade Heavy Sword Technique. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Subtype, Mechanical Emperor Crocodile Soldier. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, DE01. Skill 1, Level 2 Low-Grade Sprint. Skill 2, Level 2 Low-Grade Herculean Strength. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Rank 2 Elite Troops, Main Troops, and 2 Sub-Troops, a total of 6 skills. Jiangli said. Sure. Jiangli opened the Dominator panel and checked the remaining energy points. After the series of reinforcements, Jiangli had used up 2232650 energy points. He was left with 3208830 energy points. Upgrade 400 electric-powered mechs, 400 transport mechs, 400 artillery mechs, 400 tank mechs, and 400 mechanical rangers. Jiangli upgraded 2000 mechs from the early stage to the perfected stage of level 2. It would take 14,000 energy points to upgrade one mech, so it would take 28 million energy points to upgrade 2000 mechs. 2.8 million energy points were deducted. Buzz. Buzz. The 2000 level 2 mechs had several lights flashing on their bodies. A few seconds later, all of them had been promoted. Very good, he said. Jiangli looked at the 2000 perfected stage mechs and nodded in satisfaction. In addition to the perfected stage level 2 mechs, there are 900 perfected stage level 2 mechs in each of the 5 types of mechs. A total of 4,500. Upgrade to Mechanical Emperor Crocodile Ranger. Jiangli immediately used 28,000 energy points to upgrade the Mechanical Crocodile Emperor to the perfected stage of level 2. Roar. The Crocodile King roared at the sky. A few seconds later, the promotion was completed. The Mechanical Crocodile Emperor had been upgraded to the perfected stage of Tier 2, and the Crocodile Emperor's body had grown to 13 meters. It grew by 1 meter with every level it advanced. At the same time, all of his skills had been upgraded to Tier 2 top tier, and so had his weapons and equipment. His rank was promoted from Sergeant to First Lieutenant. Should I upgrade the Mechanical Crocodile Emperor Cavalry to Tier 3? Sure. Jiangli opened the Dominator panel and looked at the Soul Tinder column. There were only 4 level 3 Soul Tinders. If he wanted to upgrade to the Mechanical Crocodile Emperor, he would need to use 2 level 3 Soul Tinders. Chapter 179. Jiangli was ambitious. He wanted to accumulate 9 level 3 Soul Tinders and then unlock the level 3 Mechanical Army. As long as the level 3 troop class was unlocked. At that time, if it was a level 3 soldier type, it was enough to destroy the Great Qian Dynasty, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, and the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom. Even if he encountered a 4th rank, he would not be afraid. However, it wasn't easy to gather 9 Tier 3 Soul Tinders, and it also required 100 million energy points. It was very difficult to meet the conditions to unlock them. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. Jiangli took a deep breath and made a decision. Rather than thinking about the Stage 3 Mechanical Army, I might as well turn the resources I have into a powerful force that I can control as soon as possible. Using battle to sustain battle is the right way. Upgrade to Mechanical Emperor Crocodile Ranger. Jiangli used 2 level 3 Soul Tinders and 20,000 energy points to upgrade the Mechanical Crocodile Emperor Cavalry. Buzz. 2 Tier 3 Soul Tinders flew out, shining with a white light, and merged into the Mechanical Crocodile Emperor Ranger's body. 20,000 energy points were also integrated into it. A white radiance flickered. He was modifying and upgrading the Mechanical Emperor Crocodile Ranger. Buzz. Buzz. A few seconds later, the white light disappeared. The Mechanical Crocodile Emperor had completed its upgrade. The Crocodile Emperor's body had grown to 16 meters long, and black veins had appeared on its body. Not only that, the Mechanical Crocodile Emperor Knight's face was also covered in black runes. Whoosh! Dark psionic light flickered around his body. Mechanical psionic energy. Obviously. After being upgraded to Stage 3, the Mechanical Emperor Crocodile Cavalry had mastered Mechanical Psionic Energy and became a Psionic Emperor Crocodile Cavalry with a new skill. All the weapons and equipment had been modified into psionic weapons. Continue to level up. Sure. Jiangli used 280,000 energy points to upgrade the Psionic Imperial Crocodile Cavalry. It leveled up 3 levels in a row and reached the peak of level 3. Whoosh! It only took a few seconds. The promotion was completed. Roar. The psionic Imperial Crocodile cavalryman roared, and the sound waves seemed to have substance. It was deafening, as if an ancient beast had awakened, and its power was monstrous. It could be seen. After reaching the perfected stage of Tier 3, the psionic Imperial Crocodile cavalryman did not change much. It was still 16 meters long, and the psionic Imperial Crocodile cavalryman looked small on the back of the Imperial Crocodile. The only change: the light of psionic energy around his body had become denser, and the psionic runes had become denser. His weapons, equipment, and skills had all been upgraded to top-tier Tier 3. His strength had greatly increased. Sure. Jiangli immediately checked the information of the Psionic Crocodile Emperor. Unit type: Psionic Crocodile Emperor Cavalry Elite. Rank: Grand Completion of Rank 3. No, Index 01. Skill 1, Tier 2 Ultimate Charge. Skill 2, Rank 2 Ultimate Bloodthirst. Skill 3, Tier 3 Psionic Control. Equipment: Tier 3 Top-Tier Cold Weapon Night Set, Tier 3 Top-Tier Thermal Weapon Night Set, Tier 3 Exclusive Weapon, the Arch Crocodile Heavy Sword. Machinery: Jianjia, omitted. Mechanical Psionic Energy, Momo, omitted. Advancement requirements: 2 Level 4 Soul Tinders, 2 million energy points. Subtroop type: Psionic Emperor Crocodile Knights. Rank: Grand Completion of Rank 3. No, Index 01. Skill 1, Stage 2 Ultimate Knights Killing Skill. Skill 2, Rank 2 Exquisite Heavy Sword Technique. Skill 3, Tier 3 Psionic Heavy Sword Slash. Machinery: Jianjia, omitted. Mechanical Psionic Energy, Momo, omitted. Subtroop type: Psionic Imperial Crocodile Soldiers. Rank: Grand Completion of Rank 3. No, Indy 01. Skill 1, Rank 2 Superior Grade Sprint. Skill 2, Rank 2 Ultimate Strength. Skill 3, Tier 3 Ultimate Grade Psionic Rage. Machinery: Jianjia, omitted. Mechanical Psionic Energy, Momo, omitted. 9 Powerful Skills. It's another powerful Rank 3 elite troop, just like the Psionic Mammoth Rangers, but it's bigger and more destructive on the battlefield. Jiangli was delighted. Soon after, "I'll go with you." Jiangli made another Mechanical Ranger and added it in, making the number of Mechanical Rangers reach 6,000 again. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. Jiangli only had 126,730 energy points left. More than 1,000,000 energy points. For the time being, it's enough to support the consumption of a few wars. Jiangli thought to himself. Currently, Jiangli had 190,109 matched in total. Among them, they had 160,100 perfected stage level 1 matches, 25,500 early stage level 2 matches, 4,506 perfected stage level 2 matches, and 3 perfected stage level 3 matches. The temporary military camp in the city is almost full. It's time to expand the temporary military camp. It's best to mobilize all the citizens of the Great Xia City and build it as soon as possible. Okay. Jiangli pondered. For the time being, you can stay outside the city. Yes. Yes. The 90,000 mech responded in unison. It was already late at night when Jiangli returned to the Castella mansion. Du Xiaohua had been waiting for him. She boiled some water. After Jiangli washed his face and feet, he changed and went back to his bedroom to rest. On the other side, Qingjin County. Unlike Xiao Helong, who had suffered a tragic fate, the army led by Wang Zhuyin, the hidden chess piece of the half-monster alliance in Jinwen County, was at the peak of its power. They had already taken down a city in Jinwen County, Yonghe City, and expanded their forces. When Prince Jin received the news, he immediately sent troops from the county to Yonghe City to suppress the rebellion with the soldiers from the other 3 cities. However, when Prince Jin's army arrived at Yonghe City, Wang Zhuyin had already left. He had taken away a large number of young men and all their wealth. All that was left was an empty city. The most important thing was, they still didn't know where Wang Zhuyin had escaped to. They escaped. This rebel army is quite cunning. Jin He, the commander-in-chief of Jin Wang's army, looked at the empty city in front of him. His expression was very ugly, and he said in a deep voice, however, the operation this time was extremely secretive. If the rebel army had not received the news beforehand, they would not have retreated so quickly and cleanly, not leaving any traces behind. They are clearly prepared to evacuate. Jinny turned around and looked at the people behind him. This one and I, this one and I. Lord Commander, we don't know either. Yep. The commanders of the other 3 cities were pale and said repeatedly, I'm not sure if there's a problem with you, and I don't have any evidence to prove anything. But I'll report this matter to Prince Jin. I hope you're really fine. Jinny coldly snorted. Go. Finished speaking. Jinny turned around and left on his horse. Yes. King Jin's army followed closely behind. The commanders of the other 3 cities looked at each other and followed. Hee, what a bunch of trash. In the distance, Wang Zhuiying stood on the peak of a mountain, holding a telescope in his hand, looking at Jinhe and the others from a distance. You guys want to catch me, you can't even touch my tail. What? With the resources and weapons of Yomhe City, it's enough to continue expanding the army. Our next target is Dachang City. Obviously. Prince Jin had mobilized the troops of the other 3 cities, as well as Prince Jin's army, in preparation to annihilate the rebel army in Yomhe City. However, Wang Zhuiying had received the news in advance and had withdrawn from Yomhe City. Now, the defenses of the other 3 cities in Jinwen County were relatively empty, so Wang Zhuiying decided to beat them at their own game and lead the rebel army to the nearest Dachang City. At this moment, Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, the capital. Report. The barbarian soldiers ran over at an extremely fast speed and knelt outside the hall. Within the palace, the decorations were gorgeous and magnificent. Come in. The barbarian king sat on the highest throne. His voice was dignified and deep. He was dressed in a black dragon robe and had a handsome face with pure black patterns. He took a closer look. The black totem patterns on his face were not dense. Instead, they were sparse, like a black dragon. Below, they were high-ranking barbarian generals and officials. They stood in 2 rows on the left and right. The civil officials were on the left and the military generals were on the right. Regardless of whether they were civil officials or military generals, they had all cultivated the totem mystic technique and were extremely powerful. However, relatively speaking, civil officials were good at managing politics, economy, and government affairs. Generals were good at killing enemies and leading troops in battle. Report from the front line, Man Qianwu, Huang Wuhao, and Kai Shi have all died in battle. 200,000 barbarian soldiers have been annihilated. The 6 barbarian cities and the county capital of the Spirit Desolation County have all been destroyed and massacred. Nearly 1 million barbarians have been killed and their blood has formed a river. The soldier entered the hall and knelt on the ground. He lowered his head and his tone was a little fearful. What? This is impossible. 200,000 barbarian soldiers and Man Qianwu is at the late stage of the 3rd level. It's just a mere Qianshui city, how can it have such powerful combat power? Damn it. Didn't the Half-Monster Alliance say that the Great Qian dynasty was in chaos and that there were rebels everywhere, so they had no time to take care of the border counties? Could it be a fake? The Qian Empire has sent reinforcements. Within the palace, the officials and generals couldn't help but exclaim, and the entire hall was noisy. Silence. Buzz. The barbarian king lightly shouted, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out, suppressing the entire hall. All the officials and generals immediately shut their mouths and knelt on the ground. What else? The barbarian king asked. Report back to the barbarian king. It's not the Great Qian dynasty's army, the soldier continued. It's Jiang Li, the new city lord of Great Xia City. He has a powerful army. The 200,000 barbarian soldiers and the incident in the Spirit Desolate province were all done by him. Jiang Li. I think I've heard of this name before. I remember now. Didn't the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom send troops to attack the Great Xia City? Furthermore, it was the Crown Prince who led the 100,000 soldiers of the Demon Kingdom. Logically speaking, the Great Shia city should have been destroyed long ago. This buy-in. The officials and generals were all stunned. The barbarian king pondered. Jiang Li isn't dead and he still has the strength to send reinforcements to Qianshui city. The only answer is that Jiang Li killed the crown prince's 100,000-strong army. I've underestimated Jiang Li. Jiang Li must have the combat strength of a perfected stage level 3 if he can kill the crown prince, the general of the Yarrow kingdom. Plus, he can kill 100,000 soldiers of the Yarrow kingdom and even 200,000 of our barbarian soldiers. He is more than 100,000 soldiers. Or even more. He. The barbarian king chuckled. In this case, if we want to take down the Black Dragon County, we'll have to mobilize 2 or more level 3 perfected stage totem warriors, 10 or more level 3 totem warriors, and 1,000,000 barbarian soldiers to form a level 3 totem army formation. 1,000,000 barbarian soldiers. This buy-in. Barbarian king, please reconsider. It's not worth it to mobilize so many barbarian soldiers for a mere county. Moreover, the countries at the border of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom are not easy to deal with. If they know about this news, they will probably take the opportunity to attack us. Instantly. The civil officials and generals in the hall persuaded one after another. Chapter 180 Snitch. The next day. At noon. The Great Shia City. In the City Lord's mansion's courtyard. Raw. Jiang Li was practicing martial arts. He struck out a palm and the inner force in his danqian burst out and gathered between his palms. A bear roared and formed a palm print, then it landed on a fake mountain not far away. Boom. The rockery, which was almost as tall as a person, shattered into pieces. Who tilde. Great. Jiang Li slowly stopped and let out a breath. He looked at the effect of his palm with satisfaction. I've improved violent bear paw again. Not bad. Report. At this moment. Outside the courtyard. Mahan ran over quickly and stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. He shouted respectfully, "My lord, Chan Pingwen, the lord of Pinding City, and Zhuo Linyu, the lord of Five Lake City, have arrived." Oh. Lead the way. Jiang Li walked out of the courtyard with YNSH-01, Wen Gan, and several other mechs following him. Yes. Mahan nodded. A few minutes later. In the City Lord's mansion's reception hall. The door was pushed open. Let's go in. Jiang Li walked in. Chan Ping pays his respects to the Zhengwen. Chan Pingwen immediately stood up and bowed to Jiang Li. Zhuo Linyu greets the regional king. Zhuo Linyu followed him. Sit. Jiang Li walked to the main seat in front of him and sat down. My lord, I have already transported all the spirit herbs and medicinal herbs from Pinding City to the Great Shia City. They are now outside the City Lord's residence. Chan Pingwen quickly said. Zhengwen. Zhuo Linyu bowed to Jiang Li and said, all the medicinal herbs and spirit herbs from Five Lake City have been delivered. Yes. Thank you. Jiang Li nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for bringing it here. It's not hard. Chan Pingwen waved his hand. This is what your subordinate should do. Zhuo Linyu said. Men, come. Wait. Jiang Li shouted. Your subordinate is here, please give me your orders. Mahan was guarding outside the door. Inform Shuwei and asked her to send all the herbs and spirit herbs outside the City Lord's mansion to the warehouse. Jiang Li said. Yes. Mahan nodded and left to inform Shuwei. Your Highness, since the spirit herbs and medicinal herbs have been delivered, I shall take my leave. Chan Pingwen stood up and bowed. My lord, as you know, Five Lake City doesn't have a city lord. I'm the only county lord in charge of the city. I'm quite busy, so I can't stay here any longer. Zhuo Linyu said. Then let's all go back. Jiang Li waved his hand and didn't stop in. This subordinate will take his leave. Chan Pingwen and Zhuo Linyu stood up and bowed at the same time. They left the reception hall and went straight out of the City Lord's mansion. They rode their hornet scale horses and left the Great Shia City. Outside the Great Shia City. On the path. County Magistrate Zhuo, is your information reliable? What's the matter? Asked Chan Pingwang in a low voice as he and Zhuo Linyu walked side by side. Absolutely reliable. Zhuo Linyu said in a low voice, this news came from a friend of mine who risked his life to pass it on. Based on the current situation, rebellions have actually appeared in all 36 counties of the Great Qian dynasty. Now, only the capital, Qianlong County, Divine Crane County, and Lingluan County have been suppressed. The remaining 32 counties are still in the midst of war. But I didn't hear any news about the rebel army in the Black Dragon County, no, the Great Xia County. Chan Ping said in vain. You don't know? Zhuo Linyu shook his head. The day before yesterday, Guoyi's Hope City was attacked by the Hidden Dragon Village bandits. They almost took it down. If it wasn't for the timely dispatch of the troops by the King of Jian County, Hope City would have been finished. This buy-in. Chan Pingwang was stunned. There's such a thing, but I didn't receive any news at all. The military strength of Hope City isn't weak, and their strength isn't low either. For mere bandits to have the strength to take down Hope City, they are definitely not ordinary bandits. Who said it wasn't? I don't know the details, Zhuo Linyu said in a deep voice. The Imperial Court of Dhen is in chaos. The Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Fey Kingdom won't miss this opportunity. The countries around our borders will not miss this opportunity either. The Great Xia County will be the first to be attacked by the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Empire. Jiangli won't be able to defend it. So we have to think of a way out. What do you plan to do? Chan Pingwang asked. Of course I'm running away. Are we still going to stay? Zhuo Linyu asked without hesitation. Do you really want to be with Jiangli? Help Jiangli resist the invasion of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrow Empire. We can't even defend the Great Xia province. Staying behind is courting death. That's why I'm ready to escape. I've taken all the wealth in Five Lake City and all the soldiers. If Jiangli didn't send someone to rush me yesterday, I wouldn't have given him any of those herbs. I would have taken them all. Chan Pingwang, have you thought about it? Do you want to come with me? With the combined wealth and military strength of our two cities, even if we leave the Great Qian dynasty and go to another human dynasty, we can still find a way to survive. It might even be better than staying in the Great Xia province. I'm Ying. Chan Pingwang pondered for a moment before taking a deep breath and slowly saying, let me think about it. All right, he said. Zhuo Linyu nodded. But you have to give me an answer as soon as possible. I can't stay in the Great Xia province for too long. I'll leave the day after tomorrow at most. Don't worry. Chan Pingwang nodded his head solemnly. Farewell, Jia. Zhuo Linyu cupped his hands and rode away in the direction of Five Lake City. Chan Pingwang looked at Zhuo Linyu's back. The horned scale horse was very fast. Its four hooves galloped wildly, bringing up clouds of dust as its figure gradually disappeared. Zhuo Linyu, it's a pity that your information is outdated. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Chan Pingwang's face. His eyes were deep and cold. I'm afraid you don't know how powerful and influential the Jianli Commandu Prince is. I've been a spy in Chanshui City for more than 10 years, but he brought back important information from the border defense line that shocked me. 200,000 barbarian soldiers and more than 100,000 demon soldiers were all killed by Jiangli's army. Not a single one was spared. You must know that it only took Commandu Prince Jiangli a short time to reach this level. He has such terrifying and amazing potential. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. I haven't thought of a way to please and improve my position in Prince Jianli's heart, but you've come to me. I'm really sorry. Go. Chan Pingwang pulled on the reins and the hornet scale horse turned around and galloped toward the Great Xia City. Not long after. Thus, Chan Ping returned to the Great Xia City. I have something important to report to Jianli Commandu Prince. Chan Pingwang shouted. City Lord Chan. Hong Qianqi looked down at Chan Pingwang. Didn't you go back? He asked. General Hong, where is Commandu Prince Jianli? I have something important to report. Chan Ping said in vain. He should be in the City Lord's mansion. Hong Qianqi said. Quickly, bring me to the Jiangwan. Qianping said. All right, he said. Yes. Hong Qianqi nodded. Follow me. Thank you, General Hong. Qianping Wan immediately followed. At this moment, Jiang Li wasn't in the city lord's mansion right now. He was in the warehouse with the list of herbs and elixirs. There were mechs guarding the warehouse. The medicinal herbs and spirit herbs sent by Five Lake City and Pingding City were all here. Among them, there were 42,000 ordinary spiritual herbs, 10,300 inferior grade tier 1 spiritual herbs, 7,950 intermediate grade tier 1 spiritual herbs, 5,000 superior grade tier 1 spiritual herbs, and 1,800 superior grade tier 1 spiritual herbs. There were 180 low grade tier 2 spirit herbs, 60 medium grade tier 2 spirit herbs, and 15 high grade tier 2 spirit herbs. There weren't any spirit herbs of tier 2 or tier 3 and above. Convert. Jiang Li put his right hand on the herbs and spiritual herbs and turned them into energy points. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the herbs and spirit herbs disappeared. Conversion successful. 792,000 energy points obtained. A notification appeared. It's all right. Jiang Li nodded and left the warehouse. Clean up the empty boxes inside. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. The mech guarding the door nodded. Chief Sovereign. At this moment, XX-01 walked over. What is it? Jiang Li asked. There's news from the defense line at the border of Qianshui City. After Luo Qianshui knew that the Lord needed medicinal herbs and spirit herbs, she sent people to collect all the medicinal herbs and spirit herbs in Qianshui City. They are now being escorted by a mech troop to the Great Xia City. They should arrive before evening. XX-01 said. Oh. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows. You're smart. Contact the escort team and ask them about the situation. Jiang Li said. Yes. XX-01 nodded and contacted XX-011, the information mech. Buzz. The communication screen appeared. My lord. 2011 saluted. Yes. Yes, Jiang Li nodded. Where are the escorts? My lord, we are already halfway there. We'll arrive at the Great Xia City before evening. We haven't encountered any danger or unexpected situations during the escort. Everything is normal. 2011 said. All right, he said. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. Speed up. Yes. 2011 replied. Sure. The communication was shut down. Jiang Li walked to the City Lord mansion and saw Qianping Wan and Hong Qianqi at the door, but they were stopped by the mechs. Without Jiang Li's order, the mechs wouldn't let anyone into the mansion. Forcing their way in would only lead to death. My lord. Jiang Li, Hong Qianqi heard the noise and turned around to see Jiang Li. Your Highness. Qianping shouted in vain. Qianping Wan, didn't you go back? Jiang Li walked over. Sir, this subordinate has an important matter to report. Qianping Wan knelt down on one knee. What important matter is it? Jiang Li said. My lord, this matter is related to Zhuolin Yu from Five Lake City. He knows that the Great Qian dynasty is in chaos and that the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom are going to invade the Great Qian dynasty. Qianping said in vain, Zhuolin Yu thought that it was impossible for you to defend the Great Xia County. Thus, he had made preparations to escape a few days ago. He plundered all the wealth in Five Lake City and was prepared to take all the soldiers of Five Lake City with him. He has already betrayed you. Jiang Li looked at Qianping Wan, who was kneeling on one knee, and asked, How do you know all this? Zhuolin Yu told me this himself. Because Zhuolin Yu wanted to invite me to escape with him, Qianping Wan replied immediately. But I'm loyal to you, my lord. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my loyalty. I am willing to fight with you to resist the invasion of the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Chapter 181 Preparation. Jiang Li. Qianping Wan shouted loudly to show his loyalty. Hong Qianqi lowered his head and looked at Qianping Wan, who was kneeling on the ground. His mouth twitched. This was really a vile person. Jiang Li smiled, then bent down and helped Qian Pingwen up. He said, "I've seen Castellan Qian's loyalty today. I am very pleased. So, I'll leave the matter of Zhuo Linyu to you." "Me?" Qian Pingwen was stunned. "Is there a problem?" Jiang Li's tone became more serious. Qian Pingwen immediately came back to his senses and quickly replied, "Please rest assured, my lord. I will capture Zhuo Linyu and hand him over to you. There's no need for that." "No." Jiang Li waved his hand. "Just bring his head here." "Yes." Qian Ping nodded. "Go on." "Good news." Jiang Li waved his hand. "I'll wait for your good news. This subordinate will take his leave." Qian Pingwen cupped his hands and left. "Darren, you are so at ease to let Qian Ping deal with this matter in vain." Hong Qianqi waited for Qian Pingwen to leave before saying, "Let's not talk about whether we can take down Five Lake City with the military strength of Pinding City. Even if we take it down, I'm afraid it'll be a result of both sides suffering. But if we don't succeed and Zhuo Linyu escapes, we'll be letting the tiger back into the mountain. Furthermore, if Qianping and Zhuo Linyu collude and escape together, it'll be even worse." He. Jiang Li smiled. Zhuo Linyu and Qian Pingwen, one of them wanted to run away, and the other wanted to show his loyalty to me. They didn't hesitate to tell on me. These two city lords have nothing to do and have too much energy. Let them have a good fight and then vent their energy. Save me the trouble of looking for trouble. Hong Qianqi nodded and stopped talking. "Go and do your things." Jiang Li waved his hand. "This subordinate will take his leave." Hong Qianqi left. On the other side, Qian Pingwen left the Great Xia City on his horse. On the way back to Pinding City, he had a depressed expression on his face. It could be said that he was troubled and conflicted. Originally, Qian Ping thought that Jiang Li would be furious and attack Five Lake City if he told Jiang Li about Zhuo Linyu's betrayal. At that time, he could be considered to have done a good job in reporting it. However, Jiang Li didn't seem angry. He didn't even intend to send out troops. He even gave her full authority to deal with this matter and asked her to send troops to attack Five Lake City. Detestable. Qian Pingwen's expression turned ugly. "What do we do now? Should I send troops? If we send troops to attack Five Lake City, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. If we can't take down Five Lake City, I'm afraid we'll be punished by Jiang Li. But if I don't, I'll offend Jiang Li. I won't have a good life in the Great Xia County. I might even be killed by Jiang Li." It could be said that Qian Pingwen was in a difficult position. Do I really have to abandon Pinding City that I've been running for so many years and escape the Great Xia province with Zhuo Linyu? Qian Pingwen pondered. Within the Great Xia City, Jiang Li went to the temporary camp. JC-01. Jiang Li said. "Chief Sovereign." Jiang Li, JC-01 stood in front of Jiang Li and saluted. "Yes." Jiang Li nodded. "JC-01, I order you to lead 2,000 combat matches, 2,000 cold weapon matches, 2,000 firearm matches, 2,000 biochemical matches, 2 intel matches, 400 electric matches, 400 transport matches, 400 artillery matches, 400 tank matches, and 400 mechanical rangers. Each type of level 2 mech will have 10 matches at the perfected stage of level 2. Including you, a total of 1,003 matches. Head to Five Lake City as fast as possible. Don't attack immediately after you arrive. Wait for my orders." "Yes." JC-01 saluted again. "I promise to complete the mission. Let's go." Jiang Li waved his hand. Rumble. The engine roared. Immediately, 400 transport mechs came out of the temporary camp. They all got on large military transport trucks, followed by the artillery and tank mechs. JC-01 led the first unit and set off. They left the Great Xia City and headed towards Five Lake City. Jiang Li only glanced at it and then looked away. GJS-01. Soon after. "Let's go." Jiang Li sent out another troop. This one had the same number of soldiers as JC-01. Lead a troop to Hope City. Stay there and wait for my orders. Yes. GJS-01 nodded. Immediately, the second unit left the city. After that, Jiangli sent 30 intel mechs to the Green Mountain Range. They only had one task, which was to keep an eye on the Red Eyebrows Devil Kingdom. One had to know. The Green Mountain Range was very long. Last time, Jiangli sent out 3 troops to guard the middle, the head, and the tail of the mountain range, but the Crown Prince found a loophole and surrounded the first unit. So, this time, Jiangli no longer sent troops to guard the mountains. Instead, he only sent 30 intel mechs to the mountains. The intel mech could monitor the entire Green Mountain Range. At that time, as long as the demon army showed up, the intel mech would notice it immediately and report to Jiangli. Jiangli would be able to respond in time. Of course, without any troops stationed at the Green Mountain Range, the Yarra Nation's army would march straight into the Great Xia County's territory, causing casualties to the surrounding villages. Furthermore, the probability of the intel mech being discovered was also very high. Jiangli was ready to sacrifice the intel mech. It would be fine as long as he could get the news at the first moment. In the evening, the escort team from Chanshui City arrived in the Great Xia City. They entered the city and brought back a large number of spirit herbs, but the number of ordinary herbs was very small. Last time, Shu Wei had almost bought all the ordinary herbs in Chanshui City. However, as the #1 city in the Great Xia province, Chanshui City had accumulated a large number of spiritual herbs over the years, far more than the other 4 cities. My lord, this is the list of medicinal herbs and spirit medicines. Please take a look. 2011 gave the list to Jiangli. Yes. Jiangli nodded and read it. Among them, there were 3,000 ordinary spiritual herbs, 20,600 low-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 15550 medium-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 10,000 high-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, and 5,000 top-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs. There were 500 low-grade Tier 2 spiritual herbs, 300 medium-grade Tier 2 spiritual herbs, and 100 high-grade Tier 2 spiritual herbs. Similarly, there weren't any spirit herbs of Tier 2 or Tier 3 and above. Send it to the warehouse. Jiangli put away the list. Yes. The mech started to move. Half an hour later, the medicinal herbs had been transported. Guard well. Jiangli walked into the warehouse and asked the mech to guard the door. Convert. Jiangli put his right hand on the herbs and spirit herbs. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the herbs and spirit herbs disappeared. Conversion successful. You've received 148,2000 energy points. A notification appeared. After all the spirit herbs and medicinal herbs in Chanshui City had been converted, they had obtained more energy points than Five Lake City and Pacifying City combined. Shua. The Dominator panel opened. The number of energy points increased to 354,1300 points. After the escort team safely sent the herbs to the Great Xia City, Jiangli asked them to return to the border defense line of Chanshui City. During this period of time, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom didn't do anything and didn't send out any troops either. It was very peaceful. YNMYQ-01 would report the situation at the border of Chanshui City to Jiangli every day through XX02. Since Jiangli gave out nearly 200,000 blood refinement pills, the soldiers of Chanshui City had improved by leaps and bounds after taking the blood refinement pills. Nearly 1,000 peak-stage elementary-level soldiers had broken through the barrier and condensed their internal force, reaching the early stage of level 1. There were even more than a dozen commanders who had broken through to the early stage of level 2. There were many improvements. This way, the strength of the Celestial Water City's army had increased by a lot. Furthermore, the 3 deputy generals of Luo Chanshui, Zhong Feiyan, Wang Delay, Li Qing, and Luo Yilan all broke through one after another and reached the perfected stage of level 2. Of course, this was because Luo Chanshui had given her share of blood refinement pills to Luo Yilan and the others. In addition, they already had blood refinement pills and were on the verge of a breakthrough. Only then did he achieve an official breakthrough. It's a good thing to improve your strength. Jiang Li finished listening to YNMYQ-01's report. Master, JC-01's first unit and GJS-01's second unit have sent a message. They have arrived at the mission destination. XX-01 reported. Yes. Jiang Li hung up the communication with YNMYQ-01. Connect to the intel mech of Unit 1. Yes. XX-01 nodded. Buzz. There was a flash. The communication was connected. XX-01 raised his wrist and formed a communication projection in front of Jiang Li. It was XX-020 and JC-01. Chief Sovereign. JC-01 and XX-020 saluted Jiang Li. What's the situation in Five Lakes City? Jiang Li asked. Reporting to the ruler, there seems to be quite a bit of chaos in Five Lakes City. There are many commoner corpses piled up outside the city, and they are still being burned. JC-01 replied. Sure. Immediately. The image was adjusted. Five Lakes City. Jiang Li saw Five Lakes City. 5 lakes were connected to the city. In the center was a huge city that was lying on the ground. There was black smoke outside the city. Vaguely, one could hear the sound of crying from within the city. Zoom in on the image. Jiang Li said. Yes. 2020 nodded. The image was zoomed in. Under the night sky, the image of the communication wasn't very clear. It was a little blurry, but it could still be seen. Zhuo Linyu had sent out a large number of constables and soldiers to seal off the city. No one was allowed to enter or leave. They burned, killed, and plundered the city. The Chamber of Commerce, shops, properties, and even the property of the commoners in Five Lakes City had been robbed. Those who tried to resist were all killed. That was why there were so many corpses outside the city. This Zhuo Linyu is really ruthless. He's robbing the chambers of commerce and gangs as if they are poor civilians with no family property. It seems like he won't let a single copper coin go. JC-01. Jiang Li squinted. JC-01, did you find any traces of the army of Pingding City? I haven't found anything yet. JC-01 replied. Chapter 182 Deception. He didn't come. I'll wait then. Jiang Li pondered for a while. Yes. JC-01 nodded. In Five Lakes City. At the gate of the county government office. Zhuo Linyu looked at his county government office with a look of reluctance. My lord, all the chambers of commerce, shops, and gangs in the city have been plundered. Now, there are only some rich landlords and the residents of the city left. Luo Jie, who was at the head of the main shop, reported to Zhuo Linyu. All right, he said. Zhuo Linyu nodded. It's almost time. Zhuo Linyu murmured. He looked around and saw that the entire Five Lakes City was in complete chaos. Some buildings had even been set on fire, and there was fire, killing, and plundering everywhere. Master, Great Master Qingqian, I beg you to let us go. I beg you, I beg you, I beg you. In front. Many civilians crowded around Zhuo Linyu, crying and shouting. Zhuo Linyu frowned and looked at Luo Jie. He said, what are you doing? You actually let these bumpkins come here? Please forgive me, I'll drive them away. Luo Jie quickly said. What's the rush? Just kill him. Zhuo Linyu snorted. Yes. Luo Jie was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Do it. Luo Jie shouted. Ah. Fut. Fut. The next moment, the constables pulled out the long knives at their waists and swung them down, killing all the civilians who crowded around them. Blood splattered everywhere and the bodies fell to the ground. Screams of pain rang out. Hurry up and get lost. Luo Jie roared. Run. The civilians fled in fear. If we don't kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, these bumpkins won't know how powerful we are. Zhuo Linyu sneered, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom are about to attack. No matter how strong Jiang Li's soldiers are, they can't defend the Great Xia County. Jiang Li, you can stay in the Great Xia County and wait for your death. I won't stay here and wait for my death. Time passed. Half an hour later, the ground outside Five Lakes City started to shake slightly. It could be seen. The army of Pingding City rushed over on the main road. Chan Pingwen was personally leading the army of Pingding City. Dong Lin and the others followed behind him. There were about 10,000 soldiers. My lord, the army from Pingding City has arrived. JC-01 said. Yes. Okay. Jiandli nodded. He saw it clearly through the video call. On the communication screen, Zhuo Linyu. The army of Pingding City led by Chan Pingwang stopped not far from Five Lake City. Then, he walked out from the army and shouted to Five Lake City, "This city lord has come according to the agreement. Don't tell me you're not going to come out to welcome me." Ha 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 ha. After about half a minute, Zhuo Linyue's loud laughter came from the city. He stood on the city wall and looked down at the army led by Chan Pingwen and the large carriages behind them. "City Lord Chan, have you made up your mind?" Zhuo Linyu shouted. "Of course." Chan Pingwen replied without hesitation, "I've thought about it for a long time. I think you're right. No matter how strong Jiangli's soldiers are, they can't stop the Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom from invading at the same time. The Great Xia County will fall and Jiangli will die for sure. If we continue to stay here, we'll just be waiting for death." Well, after I thought it through, I immediately brought all my trusted soldiers and all the wealth of Pingding City. "Zhuo Linyu, when are we leaving?" All right, all right, all right." Zhuo Linyue's smile grew even wider. "It's great that Castellan Chan thinks so. We'll leave tomorrow." "No problem," he said. "County Magistrate Zhuo, if that's the case, why don't you open the city gate so we can go in?" Chan Pingwen nodded and said loudly. "Well said, well said." Zhuo Linyu waved his hand with a smile. "Open the gate and drop the suspension bridge." "County Lord, is it really good for us to let Chanping bring his army in vain? Is there a trap?" At this moment, the commander of the Five Lake City Guards, Lomingza, said. "Don't worry." Zhuo Linyu waved his hand and said, "It'll be fine." "Do you think Chanping will attack us?" "How is that possible? What good would he get by attacking us?" "Open the city gates." "Yes." Lomingza nodded. Boom. 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 The city gate opened and the huge suspension bridge was lowered. "We'll go out of the city to welcome them." Zhuo Linyu came down from the city wall with his trusted troops, about a dozen of them. They slowly walked out of Five Lake City and headed toward Chanping. "City Lord Chan." Zhuo Linyu rode over with a smile. "He, County Magistrate Zhuo." Chan Pingwang's smile grew even wider. "Castellan Chan, let's enter the city together. Speaking of which, we should discuss our plans after we leave the Great Xia province." Zhuo Linyu said. Of course, of course." Chan Pingwen nodded with a smile. "Please," he said. Zhuo Linyu raised his hand. "Please." Chan Pingwen approached Zhuo Linyu. "Kill." Suddenly, just as the two were a meter apart, Chan Pingwen shouted and pulled out the sword at his waist. Clang. The long sword stabbed out without any hesitation. "You?" Zhuo Linyue's eyes widened in shock. He could not react. Fut. The next moment, Chan Pingwen's sword pierced Zhuo Linyue's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. He was stunned. Incomparably astonished. Zhuo Linyu stared straight at Chan Pingwen, at the sword that had pierced his chest. He could not help but scream in pain. He could not understand. Zhuo Linyu could not understand. He did not understand. He really didn't understand why Chan Pingwen would do this. "County Lord. Something has happened." Lomingza was shocked and shouted, "Quick, close the drawbridge and the city gate." "But the State Lord is still outside the city." The others shouted. "Why? Why are you doing this?" Zhuo Linyu looked at Chan Pingwen and questioned him angrily. Ha 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 ha. Chan Pingwen threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Zhuo Linyu, oh Zhuo Linyu, you really think you're so smart?" Do you really think I'm going to escape with you? What a jerk. The biggest jerk ever. To tell you the truth, I've completely surrendered to the Commander Prince Jiang Li. You can't imagine how powerful he is. Today, I'll use your head to show my loyalty to the Commander Prince Jiang Li. This is crazy. Chen Pingwang, you've already gone crazy. Jiang Li. Zhuo Linyu shouted, what did Jiang Li give you to make you so crazy? You don't even want your life. The Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red Eyebrow Empire are invading at the same time. What can Jiang Li do? By then, not only will Jiang Li die, but you will also die. Cut the crap. Die. Whoosh. Chen Pingwang's metal-attributed internal strength surged out and was extremely sharp. When he released his sword technique, sword chi spread out and sword rays bloomed. Don't even think about it. Zhuo Linyu shouted and retreated quickly. Boom. 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 In an instant, the two sides started fighting. Charge. At this moment, Domlin took out his long spear and led the army to launch an assault. Kill. Charge. Attack. The army of Pingding City charged towards Five Lake City. The city gate was opened and the suspension bridge was lowered. The army of Pingding City was like a long march as they directly entered Five Lake City. The most important thing was, Zhuo Linyue's actions had completely lost the people's support in Five Lake City. The residents of the city, the chambers of commerce and gangs were all shocked when they saw the army from Pingding City attack. Everyone immediately rebelled and attacked Zhuo Linyue's men. Hence, in such a situation where they were working together from the inside. An hour later, the war was over. Five Lake City was attacked by Pingding City's army led by Chen Pingwang. They lost 1,000 soldiers and more than half of Five Lake City's city guards and constables. In the end, they were all captured. How did this happen? Zhuo Linyu staggered. His body was covered in sword wounds and he was at his limit. He looked desperate. It's over, Zhuo Linyu. Changping walked forward and cut off Zhuo Linyue's head with his sword. Donglin, give me the chest. Chen Pingwang took a deep breath and looked at Zhuo Linyue's body. Yes. Donglin nodded and brought over the box he had prepared. Yes. Chen Pingwang took it, opened the box and put Zhuo Linyue's head inside. Donglin, you stay in Five Lake City and stabilize the situation. I will send Zhuo Linyue's head to the Great Xia City now. Chen Ping said in vain. Yes, City Lord. Donglin nodded. Go. Chen Pingwang rode on his hornet scale horse, carrying the box with Zhuo Linyue's head on his back. Then, he rode through the night, rushing towards the Great Xia City. JC-01, bring the first unit back, your mission is complete. Jiang Li said. Yes. JC-01 nodded. This Chen Pingwang is quite interesting. The battle at Five Lake City. Jiang Li watched the whole process through the information Mac. Chanping had a good plan. He tricked Zhuo Linyu into opening the gate and lowering the suspension bridge. Furthermore, Zhuo Linyu had been severely injured by Chen Pingwang's sword at the beginning of the battle. It could be said that, if Zhuo Linyu had not opened the city gate and lowered the suspension bridge, it would have been extremely difficult for Chen Pingwang to take down Five Lake City. In the end, both sides would definitely suffer. Jiang Li was planning to let Unit 1 clean up the mess. It seemed like he didn't need it now. Late at night, Jiang Li asked Hong Chancha to welcome him at the city gate in advance. City Lord Chan, you've come. Hong Chancha smiled. The regional king has asked me to wait for you here. Please come with me. Did the Zhengwang know that I was coming? Chen Pingwang was stunned. Of course. Hong Chancha smiled. Not only does the regional king know that you are coming, but he also knows that you have already taken down Five Lake City and completed your mission. Congratulations, City Lord Chan. Visbayan. Chen Pingwang was slightly shocked. City Lord's mansion. In the reception hall, Jiang Li sat in the main seat in front of him. Sir, I was fortunate enough to succeed and take down Five Lake City. This is Zhuo Linyue's head. Chang Pingwang knelt on the ground and placed the box with Zhuolinyue's head in front of him. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded and glanced at YNSH-01. Boom. YNSH-01 fired a psionic cannon and shattered the boxes with Zhuolinyue's heads. Chang Pingwang could not help but gulp when he felt this terrifying energy. He was rather nervous. Castellan Chan, you've done well in your mission this time. I've seen your loyalty, Jiangli said. Since you've taken Five Lake City, you'll be in charge of it from now on. Thank you, Zheng Wang. Chang Pingwang raised his head and said in his heart. Chapter 183 Dispatch. Castellan Chan, you must manage Five Lake City and Pingding City well. Don't let me down. Jiangli said. Don't worry, my lord. Chang Pingwang said in a serious tone. Go on. Jiangli waved his hand. This subordinate will take his leave. Chang Pingwang stood up and left. You're staying up so late again. I'm fine. Jiangli yawned. I should go to bed. Time passed. 3 days later. In the city lord's mansion's courtyard. Whoosh! Jiangli's inner force surged. He held the blood-refining bead in his right hand and refined the inner force in the blood-refining bead into his own. Boom! The next moment, Jiangli's body trembled. His internal force surged and opened the third meridian. He used the Thunder Chi skill to adapt to the increased internal force and strength. Hu tilde tilde hu tilde hu tilde. Half an hour later. Phew. Jiangli slowly stopped and let out a breath. His eyes glowed. After cultivating for a few days and using the blood refinement bead and elixirs, I've finally broken through to the third meridian. I'll be able to reach the mid-stage of level 1. Jiangli felt the inner force in his body. It was flowing in his meridians. I just need to open one more meridian. The past 3 days have been very peaceful. Jiangli thought to himself, neither the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom nor the Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom sent out their army. It's as if they've forgotten about the existence of the Great Shia. Could it be that they are planning some big conspiracy? But this is good too. I can't. Jiangli murmured, if this continues, I'll have enough time to practice internal martial arts and improve my strength. At noon, XX-01 arrived. He reported to Jiangli. The peaceful days were gone. This was because Guo Yi had sent news about Jinwen County. Whoosh! XX-01 and XX-012 had received communication. The communication screen was projected in front of Jiangli. In the image, GJS-01 and XX-012 saluted Jiangli and shouted in unison, "My lord." Yes. Yes. Jiangli nodded and asked, "What's the situation?" "Reporting to you, Chief Sovereign." GJS-01 said, under the banner of trade, Guo Yi sent a group of soldiers disguised as a caravan into the territory of Jinwen County. They found out that a large number of rebel soldiers had appeared in Jinwen County and a large number of vagrants had nowhere to go. Many villages were abandoned and burned to ashes. Furthermore, out of the 4 cities of Jinwen County, Yonghe City and Dachang City have already been captured by the rebel army. The rebel army has already formed a sufficient scale and occupied the advantageous terrain of Dachang City. They are now competing with the army of Jinwen County. The rebel army in Jinwen County is developing so quickly. I see. Jiangli muttered, it seems like the rebel leader of Jinwen County is much more capable than Xiao Helon. In reality, it wasn't that Xiao Helon was too weak, but that Jiangli was too strong. One had to know. If Jiangli didn't send 10 complete stage level 2 mechanical rangers to support Wang City, Xiao Helon would definitely be able to take over the city. He could only say that Xiao Helon was unlucky to meet Jiangli. How's the military strength of King Jin's army and the rebel army? Jiangli asked again. According to the information we've gathered, there are nearly 200,000 soldiers in the King Jin's army. The rebel army is much smaller, only 100,000 in number, but they are not weak. GJS-01 said. In that case, it's 300,000 yuan in total. Let's do it. Jiangli muttered. Jinwen County will be the first county we will take down. Yes. GJS-01 nodded. That afternoon, Jiang Li sent out all the mechs outside the city. In addition to the 20 intel mechs, there were 9,021 mechs in total. Among them, there were 20,000 combat mechs, 20,000 cold weapon mechs, 20,000 firearm mechs, and 20,000 biochemical mechs. 2,000 electric-powered mechs, 2,000 transport mechs, 2,000 artillery mechs, 2,000 tank mechs, and 2,000 mechanical rangers. Each level 2 mech had 400 mechs at the perfected stage of level 2. Since the Psionic Crocodile Emperor was the temporary commander of the mech army, Jiang Li named it the Crocodile Emperor Army. The Thiech Crocodile Army led by the Psionic Imperial Crocodile Rangers and the second unit led by GJS-01, Jiang Li had sent more than 100,000 soldiers this time. Jiang Li only had one goal: to take down Jinwen County as soon as possible. Rumble. The engine roared. 400 large military transport trucks carrying a large number of mechs first marched to Hope City. After meeting up with the second unit, they headed to Jinwen County. Behind the large military transport truck, the artillery off-road vehicles and main battle tanks followed behind the transport mechs, forming a large fleet and stirring up clouds of dust. Jiang Li didn't go with the army this time. Instead, he stayed in Great Xia City and planned to command the mech army remotely with the intel mech. The most important thing was, the Psionic Crocodile Emperor Rangers, GJS-01, were of a very high level and were an elite troop type. In terms of intelligence, they had already reached the level of ordinary people. In other words, even without Jiang Li's command, they could still command the mech army. There was another thing. Although an intel mech could only capture part of the battlefield, if they sent a few more intel mechs to capture the battle from different angles, they would be able to capture the whole picture. Jiang Li could command the battle from a distance. City Lord's Mansion. Jiang Li sat in the main seat. Shua. XX-01 stood next to Jiang Li. A projection appeared in front of Jiang Li. It was the scene of the Crocodile Emperor Legion marching. Time passed. In the evening, the Thiech Crocodile Army had arrived at Hope City. On the city wall, Guo Yi and his subordinates stood on top and looked at the mech army in front of the city wall. There were large military transport trucks, cannon vehicles, and tanks. His body of steel was full of power and oppression. Boom. Boom. Immediately after, Index-01 walked down from the large military transport truck that was transporting the perfected stage level 2 mechs. Its 16-meter-long body was like an ancient giant beast. Scales covered the crocodile's entire body like armor. Sigh. What is this? An ancient beast? And some demon or ghost? His aura is too terrifying. Everyone looked at Index-01 in awe. Opened the city gate. Guo Yi recovered from his shock and shouted, "We welcome the Juanwan's army into the city." No need. The Psionic Imperial Crocodile Knight sat on the back of the Psionic Imperial Crocodile Soldier and looked up at Guo Yi. "We don't need to enter the city. Under the order of the Commandery Prince, the second unit will immediately join the Crocodile Emperor Legion. Castellan Guo Yi, you are relatively familiar with the terrain of Jinwang Prefecture, so we will need you to go with us." "Yes." GJS-01 nodded. Unit 2, move out. Rumble. The city gate opened. The transport trucks of the second unit drove out of the city and joined the Crocodile Emperor Army, forming a mech army of 100,000 soldiers. "Governor Guo Yi, let's go now." The Psionic Emperor Crocodile Knight shouted. "I'm in." Guo Yi swallowed his saliva and his face turned a little pale. It was obvious. He did not want to go to Guo Yi. He knew what Jiang Li wanted to do. He had sent so many soldiers to form a powerful army. Clearly, he was going to attack Jinwen County. They wanted to occupy Jinwen County. However, it was not an easy task to occupy and attack Jinwen County. Let's not talk about Prince Jin's army. And those rebels. Neither of them were to be trifled with. Guo Yi was worried that he would never return and would stay in Jinwang County forever. But, go. Jiang Li had already given the order. If he dared to disobey, he would die. Yes. Guo Yi had no choice but to agree. A few minutes later, Guo Yi put on his armor, took his weapons, the map of Jinwen County, and various healing pills and came out of the city. Get in the car. The Psionic Emperor Crocodile Knight pointed at YS-0111. How should I go up? Guo Yi was stunned. Mech driver, open the door. The Psionic Emperor Crocodile Knight said. Yes. The driver of Mech YS-0111 opened the door and said to Guo Yi, get on. Good, good. Guo Yi swallowed his saliva. His eyes were full of curiosity and doubt. He carefully got on the transport truck and sat in the front passenger seat. Close the door. The mech driver said. How do I turn off this Kasaya? Guo Yi asked with a blank expression. Obviously. Guo Yi had never seen a transport truck before. If it was a horse carriage, he would have known, but he had no idea what a transport truck was. Furthermore, in front of him, there were all sorts of buttons on the instruments and all sorts of flashing indicators. They dazzled Guo Yi's eyes, causing him to be extremely nervous as he sat up straight. I don't even know how to close the door. The driver had no choice but to get up from his seat and close the door of the passenger seat. I don't know why the regional king asked us to bring you along. The corner of Guo Yi's mouth twitched. He thought that he was being looked down upon. Although he was a little unhappy, he did not dare to flare up and could only endure it silently. Let's go. The Psionic Crocodile Emperor gave the order. Rumble. Thousands of large military transport trucks set off, followed by mechanical artilleries and tank mechs. They marched to Jinwen County at the fastest speed. Ying Luo, you're so fast. Guo Yi sat in the truck and watched the scene outside as it sped away. He gasped in shock, these special carriages are so fast. In the city lord's mansion of the Great Xia City. My lord, the Crocodile Emperor army has already set off from Hope City. XX01 said. Yes. Yes. Jiandli nodded and looked at the communication screen. According to the speed of the Crocodile Emperor Legion, how long will it take for them to reach Dachang City? I'm not sure about that. XX01 shook his head. Go and ask Guo Yi. He should know, Jiandli said. Yes. XX01 nodded and contacted the intel mech of the Crocodile Emperor army. The transport mech YS-0112 increased his speed and used the skill walk on flat ground to catch up with YS-0111. The two trucks moved side by side. The window of YS-0112 rolled down. XX0100 looked at Guo Yi and shouted, Governor Guo Yi, the regional king asked us to ask you how long it will take for our army to reach Dachang City at the current marching speed. Chapter 184 Probing. XX0100 was using a small hidden camera. While he was asking, he sent the video to XX01. Jiandli could see the situation clearly. This Ying Luo. Guo Yi pondered for a moment. I need to look at the map to make a judgment. Guo Yi took out the map and spread it out. The map depicted the terrain of Jinwen County in detail, the location of the 4 major cities, as well as the villages and lakes around the cities. We are currently heading in the direction of Dachang City. Dachang City is located in the middle of Jinwen County and is in the mountains. It is a strategic location and is easy to defend but hard to attack. That's why the rebel army chose Dachang City as their base to fight against Jinwen County, Guo Yi said slowly. According to the map, we need to pass through more than 10 villages on our way. We also need to cross Black Swamp Lake, as well as Mount Chanping and Mount Fallen Phoenix, before we can finally reach Great Chang City. The journey is relatively long. We need to cross more than half of Jinwen County. I'll probably only arrive tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. Jiandli heard Guo Yi's answer through the communication screen. All right, he said. XX0100 nodded. Immediately. YS0112 slowed down and returned to the line. Guo Yi put away the map and thought to himself, how did Jiandli give orders to these soldiers? Could it be that the ancient puppeteering technique can transmit messages from such a long distance? Is it really that heaven-defying? On the other side, at the border defense line of Tianshui City, on the city wall, There were tens of thousands of walking corpse puppets wandering around, and they could move around 24 hours a day, constantly monitoring the situation of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. These things really look a little scary. That's right. He's completely a living dead. They should be called living dead demons. They are all transformed from demons. I wonder how Commander Prince Jiangli mastered this strange power. But these living dead demons are really useful. They can patrol without stopping, which greatly reduces our pressure. In the surroundings, the Celestial Water City's soldiers looked at the walking corpse puppets on the city wall and whispered to each other. Roar. Suddenly, several walking corpse puppets roared. What's going on? The soldiers immediately rushed over. In front. Rumble. The ground was shaking. From a distance, one could see a large number of barbarian soldiers forming an army and marching toward the border defense line of Chanshui City. There were too many barbarian soldiers. It was as if there was no end to it. The barbarian army. Hurry up! Informed the city lord. The barbarian army has arrived. The soldiers shouted. Roar. The next moment, tens of thousands of walking corpse puppets roared at the same time. Their deafening voices spread across the entire camp. Everyone was alarmed. There are barbarians. All troops, move out. YNMMYQ-01 gave the order and rushed to the front. Tens of thousands of mechs followed closely and advanced toward the city wall. XX-02, immediately contact the Chief Sovereign and report the situation. YNMMYQ-01 instructed. Yes. XX-02 nodded. Buzz. XX-02 is requesting communication with XX-01. At the same time, Luo Chanshui came with the soldiers of Chanshui City. The Great Xia City Lord's manner. Master, XX-02 is requesting communication. XX-01 said to Jiangli. XX-02, the border defense line. Yes, Jiangli said. Answer it immediately. Yes. Buzz. The communication was connected and an image appeared. Chief Sovereign. XX-02 saluted Jiangli and said, barbarian troops have been discovered at the border defense line. We don't know the specific number yet. These barbarians really know how to pick the right time. Let's figure out the number of the barbarian army first, Jiangli said in a deep voice. Yes. XX-02 nodded. Half an hour later, the soldiers of Chanshui City and Jiangli's mech army all came to the border wall. The firearm mechs lined up and aimed their machine guns at the front. The mechanical artilleries formed an artillery position behind the city wall. The barbarian army had almost entered the range of the mechanical artilleries. Commander Manlong, our mission this time isn't to fight to the death at Chanshui City's border. Our main purpose is to test Jiangli's strength. If things don't work out, we'll retreat immediately, reminded the military advisor, Huang Zelen. There's no need to continue attacking the border defense line of Chanshui City. At that time, we will pass through the Wuzhu Plain and invade the Great Qian dynasty from Chang'an Prefecture. I believe the Half-Monster Alliance will help us. Oh no. Torvosaurus was wearing a full-body black armor and was nearly 3 meters tall. His mount was a huge-scaled rhinoceros which was 5 meters long and covered in hard armor. During the conversation, the barbarian army had entered the range of the mechanical artilleries. Fire the cannons. Boon. 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 The next moment, behind the city wall, 1,000 mechanical artilleries opened fire at the same time and 1,000 cannonballs were fired out directly towards the barbarian army. Rumble. The flames soared into the sky and the explosion reverberated in all directions. Ah! The bombardment of the 1,000 mechanical artilleries caught the barbarian army off guard. Before they could arrange their formation properly, a large number of shells exploded, killing thousands of barbarian soldiers. Corpses flew everywhere. Damn it! Torvosaurus raised his head and his face instantly darkened. Quickly, set up the formation. The forest shouted. Buzz. 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 The next moment, the Stage 2 battle formation was completed. The military killing intent gathered and absorbed the power of the totems, forming a light mist that spread out and enveloped the entire army. Roar. Immediately after, the beast from the battle formation appeared. It was a ferocious tiger with wings on its back. Its entire body was pitch black and it emitted a terrifying baleful aura. Then it roared towards the sky. Boom. Over 1,000 cannonballs were fired again. The winged tiger pounced forward and blocked all the cannonballs, causing the sky to be filled with light. Ah. Fut. A small portion of the barbarian soldiers died from the backlash of the formation. There were less than 100 of them. Compared to the casualties caused by the direct bombardment of the artillery shells, it was dozens of times less. We haven't even reached the border defense line and we are already attacked. The other party clearly has a super long-distance attack method. Be careful, said the forest guard. Go. Man Long shouted. March at full speed. I'll go first. I'd like to see how strong Jiang Li is to kill the crown prince. Armored rhinoceros, charge. The Torvosaurus roared. Commander. The forest shouted. Rumble. The next moment, the Torvosaurus drove the scaled rhinoceros and charged at full speed. Its huge body was as fast as a black lightning. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a very long distance and rushed to the side of the border city wall. A barbarian at the perfected stage of level 3. Barbarian Dragon. Jiang Li saw the barbarian army approaching through the video of the information mech. There were too many of them. It was almost impossible to see the end. It was estimated that there were nearly 400,000 of them. It was terrifying. 400,000 barbarian soldiers. 400,000 barbarian soldiers in such a short time. Jiang Li was shocked. In reality, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's military power was not only this. One had to know. The Barbarian King was planning to send millions of barbarian soldiers and many level 3 barbarian masters to take down Jiang Li's Great Xia province. What Jiang Li had to face now was 1 million barbarians. Of course, if the Barbarian King really sent out 1 million barbarian soldiers, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom would have insufficient troops. If the border countries got the news, they would definitely find an opportunity to attack. It was precisely because of this. The Barbarian King couldn't casually mobilize his army. The most important thing was, the Barbarian King had mobilized millions of barbarian soldiers just to take down the Great Xia province. Even if he succeeded, the cost and reward of taking down the Great Xia province would not be proportional. Those officials and generals would naturally not agree. This was not in line with the interests of the country. YYMMYQ-01, attack with all your might and take down the commander of the enemy army as fast as possible. I'll send mechs to reinforce them immediately. Go. Jiang Li ordered. The first unit led by JC-01 had returned to the Great Xia city and there was 60,049 mechs in the city. The mechs in the city were there to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Furthermore, the reason why Jiang Li was so anxious was that he sent 100,000 soldiers to attack Jinwen County as soon as he got the information. It was to take down Jinwen County as soon as possible so that he could have an escape route. As long as they took down Jinwen County. Even if they couldn't defend the Great Xia County, Jiang Li could retreat to the Qingjin County. Furthermore, if Jiang Li really took down the Jinwen County, he would be able to gain a lot of energy points and increase his military strength with the resources of the entire county. Soon after, Jiang Li immediately sent 40,000 mechs to support the defense line at the border of Tianshui City and left 249,000 mechs in case the Red Eyebrow Empire attacked. Boom. Within the communication screen, suddenly there was a huge explosion. At this moment, the Torvosaurus had already reached the border city wall. Kill. Buzz. YNMMYQ-01 leaped up and jumped over the border river. It raised the psionic rocket launcher in its hand and fired a psionic shell. What is it? Torvosaurus raised his head and held his axe with both hands. The huge axe was black and gold in color. Totem power was condensed and black light burst forth. He chopped down. Boom. The psionic cannonball exploded and the shockwave shook the surroundings. Rub, rub, rub. The Torvosaurus took a few steps back and the scaled rhinoceros beneath it roared repeatedly. Sprint, charge. Buzz. YNMNYQ-01 activated its skill and its speed increased rapidly. Its huge body was like a bolt of lightning, directly crossing the distance between the two sides and arriving in front of the Torvosaurus. Heavy strike. Thump. YNMNYQ-01 gathered the power of psionic energy and stabbed out with the psionic mammoth ivory spear in its hand. It flashed with a dark psionic light and charged at the Torvosaurus. Good. Totem armor. Torvosaurus roared. Whoosh. Roar. The totem revealed itself. It was a black flood dragon that coiled around Torvosaurus' body and merged with his armor. A flood dragon pattern appeared on the armor. Torvosaurus aura rose. Furious flood dragon slash. Boom. Die. Torvosaurus axes came together and he held the handles tightly. The power of the totem gathered on the axes, forming a thick black mist. The axes glowed as he slashed down. Chapter 185. Thump. In the image, the huge axe and the long spear collided with a huge explosion. Waves of vast energy fluctuation spread out and shook the surroundings. Catcher. Catcher. The ground shattered. The energy from the explosion set off a gust of wind. Brute force dump. Boom. The psionic mammoth soldier raised its huge elephant hooves, which were like thick stone pillars, and stomped down with all its might, creating a powerful shock wave that shook the Torvosaurus. Not good. What? The Torvosaurus was shocked. He activated his totem power and a black mist spread out to form a defense. Bang. Bang. The shock wave spread out and the Torvosaurus was forced back again. Knight's killing cleave. Shua. Shua. The psionic light around the psionic mammoth knight surged and the long spear shook out, creating many spear flowers. One spear after another, it sealed the Torvosaurus's body and stabbed at its vital parts. Clang, 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 clang. The Torvosaurus barely managed to resist, but it was already suppressed. The commander is being suppressed. Behind them, Jiandli has such a powerful subordinate. No wonder the crown prince died in his hands. Boom. 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 The artillery continued to bombard the formation of the barbarian army. The winged tigers roared and blocked all the shells. How can he be so strong? Torvosaurus was extremely shocked. He continuously used his totem secret skill, but he was still suppressed. It was even more difficult for him to turn the situation around, so he kept retreating. Psionic amplification. Buzz. YNMNYQ-01 activated his Tier 3 ultimate skill. Mechanical psionic energy gushed out of his body and spread out, covering his entire body. Under the enhancement of the mechanical psionic energy, YNMNYQ-01's strength, speed, and defense had all been raised to a new level. It was as if the Torvosaurus had put on a totem armor. Thump. YNMNYQ-01 once again activated its brute force and heavy strike skills. It swept out with all its might. It contained extremely terrifying power, and even the air exploded. Ah! Urg! Torvosaurus screamed as he was sent flying. He vomited blood and flew off the back of the scaled rhinoceros. He flew hundreds of meters before crashing onto the ground. His injuries were not light. Roar! The scaled rhinoceros howled in grief as it was forced to its knees by this powerful force. Psionic spear technique. Shua. The psionic mammoth knight followed up with another attack. It jumped from the back of the psionic mammoth soldier and directly leaped toward the Torvosaurus that had just gotten up from the ground. Whoosh! As the spear was thrust out, the blade was pitch black as if it had devoured all the light. It contained an extremely powerful force and condensed the mechanical psionic energy into one point. Torvosaurus's pupils contracted. He felt the danger of death. It was a critical moment. The Torvosaurus unleashed all of the black WYIM totem's power. The totem power condensed together and formed a lifelike black WYIM totem. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward the psionic mammoth knight. Boom! The The mammoth ivory knight spear struck the black dragon totem. The two sides collided and bursts of energy shock waves spread out, creating a huge movement. Bang, 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 bang. The next moment, the black flood dragon totem crumbled inch by inch. Fut. Ah. Torvosaurus vomited blood again, his face filled with shock. He was too strong. The other party was too strong. Obviously. A perfected stage rank 3 psionic mammoth cavalry was an extremely powerful elite troop type. When they were perfected stage 2, they could fight against Jihuan, who was at the early stage of rank 3. Although they were not as strong as early stage rank 3, it was still undeniable that elite troops were powerful. Now, after being promoted to stage 3 and awakening the mechanical psionic energy, their strength had become even stronger. They could easily crush an ordinary perfected stage 3 psionic mammoth ranger. The remaining power of the psionic mammoth knight spear landed. Clang! The Torvosaurus raised its giant axe to block, but the spear of the mammoth ivory knight pierced through the Torvosaurus' giant axe. Crack! In the end, the Torvosaurus armor managed to block the spear. The spear did not pierce through the Torvosaurus body, but the Torvosaurus armor was cracked. Fut! Torvosaurus vomited blood and was sent flying again. Commander! At this moment, the 3 deputy generals of the Wild Swamp Forest and the barbarian dragon tribe were all third-grade barbarians. After they left the army, they rushed over at full speed and finally arrived. He rushed to the Torvosaurus side. Sprint. Boom. Boom. The huge body of the psionic mammoth soldier charged forward at high speed. The psionic mammoth knight leaped up and jumped onto the back of the psionic mammoth soldier. Psionic control. Whoosh! The psionic mammoth cavalry immediately activated its strongest skill, and a vast amount of mechanical psionic energy emerged, spreading continuously and enveloping Torvosaurus and the others. The psionic domain was forming. Death. The Torvosaurus could clearly feel the aura of death. Escape. He had to escape. If you don't escape, you will die. Retreat. The next moment, Torvosaurus turned around and retreated without hesitation. At the same time, he shouted, "All troops retreat, leave this place." Commander! The 3 deputy generals were stunned. Let's go. The pupils of the Desolation Forest contracted as he looked at the psionic mammoth cavalry in horror. Such a terrifying power and aura were simply too powerful. He had only felt it from the general in the forest. One had to know. The chief general had reached the perfected stage of level 3 for many years, and he had vaguely touched the threshold of level 4. In the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, he was one of the top 3 experts. The other party actually had such terrifying strength. They retreated. Torvosaurus and the others retreated out of the psionic mammoth ranger's mechanical psionic energy range. Then, they led their 400,000 barbarian army and ran away at full speed. Fut! The mechanical mammoth ranger's psionic energy spread out and enveloped the scaled rhinoceros. The strange and powerful twisting and destructive power killed the scaled rhinoceros directly. Its huge body was twisted into a twisted shape, turning into a bloody corpse. Soon after, the psionic mammoth slowly retracted the power of the mechanical psionic energy around its body, and the dark psionic light on its body disappeared. It did not continue to pursue. Not long after, the 400,000 barbarian soldiers had already run out of the range of the mechanical artilleries, and the mechanical artilleries stopped firing. This buy-in. We won. We won, just like that. Ha 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 ha. They escaped. The barbarian army actually escaped. Sci-fi. On the city wall at the border, the soldiers of Qianshui City all stared with wide eyes, their faces full of shock, joy, and excitement. To tell the truth, the arrival of the 400,000 barbarian soldiers made the soldiers feel helpless and afraid. They had thought that they would not be able to defend this time and would die in battle. But in the end, let's go. Jiangli sent out YNMYQ-01 and used his full power to defeat the Torvosaurus. Plus, King Man's order was just to let Manlong test Jiangli's strength. Hence, Torvosaurus directly led his 400,000 strong army and ran. It could be said that this victory was very thrilling. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. Jiandli took a deep breath and murmured, "It's not too bad. We've defeated the 400,000 barbarian soldiers of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. The border defense line of Qianshui City should be stable for a while. I have to say that the strength of the Psionic Mammoth Rangers is beyond my expectations. They are so powerful. They are both at the perfected stage of level 3, but they have completely suppressed the commander of the barbarian army. I'm just being suppressed." The Psionic Mammoth Rangers had already returned to the border military camp from the other side. In the surroundings, all the soldiers looked at him in awe. "This battle is all thanks to you, sir." Sir Luo Qianshui walked over and said, "If you hadn't repelled the commander of the barbarian army and crushed their will, they would never have retreated. Celestial Water City's master, you're too kind." YNMMYQ01 said, "It is my duty to guard the border defense line for the Zhongwang. I feel honored to be able to share the burden of the Zhongwang." "That's true." Luo Qianshui smiled. However, Luo Qianshui pondered for a while and said, "I'm guessing that the reason why the barbarian army retreated so decisively this time is that they didn't intend to fight to the death with us from the beginning. Perhaps they've been trying to test our strength from the start. If they can take us down, they won't let us go. If they can't, they'll retreat. If we really want to fight to the death with the strength of 400,000 barbarian soldiers, it will be difficult for us to hold on. Even if your excellency is powerful, when the war really starts, the other party's commander will definitely not fight you head-on. He only needs to find a way to delay your excellency. When the 400,000 barbarian soldiers annihilate all of our forces, we will gather the entire army and kill you with all our might." "Yes." YNMMYQ01 nodded and said, "I will tell the Zhongwang everything the Lord of Qianshui City has said and let the Zhongwang make a decision." "All right," he said. Luo Qianshui nodded. In reality, Jiandli heard Luo Qianshui's analysis through XX02 before YMMYQ01 told him. It was true. It was just as Luo Qianshui had said. Jiandli only left 30,006 mechs and 30,000 walking puppets. In total, they had more than 60,000 soldiers. Even with the soldiers from Qianshui City, they only had 80,000 soldiers. This time, the barbarian army was 400,000 strong. The difference was huge. Furthermore, there were several third-level barbarians, a lot of second-level barbarians, and a large number of first-level barbarians on the other side. Whether it was strength or number, they were stronger. If they really started a war, the chances of defeat were extremely high. Of course, Jiandli had already sent 40,000 mechs to help as soon as possible. Before the reinforcements arrived, Jiandli wouldn't attack but would defend passively. As long as they defended until the reinforcements arrived, he could turn the tide of the battle. However, even if they won, Jiandli's mechs would suffer heavy losses. He didn't have enough energy points to replenish his forces. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. So, in the end, they didn't really fight. Jiandli only made a profit. At the same time, Jiandli also bought some time. On the other side, the barbarian army led by the Torvosaurus. Torvosaurus' mount, the scaled rhinoceros, had been killed. His current mount had been replaced by the Deputy General's two-tailed tiger. Phut! Torvosaurus coughed out black blood. His pale face had recovered quite a bit. He had just taken a healing elixir and refined the medicinal power to recover from his injuries. "Commander, are your injuries better?" the forest asked. "Yes. Yes." Manlong nodded and said, "I was too reckless this time. I didn't expect Jiandli to have such a powerful subordinate. I'm no match for him at all." This also shows that the Torvosaurus commander's timely order to retreat was correct, said the Barren Forest. "In fact, if we really want to fight, I naturally won't fight them head-on. With our 400,000 barbarian soldiers, we will definitely be able to take down the defense line at the border of Qianshui City, regardless of the price." But, Manlong said, "I'm worried that Jiandli will send reinforcements in time." "Forget it. The barbarian king only asked us to test Jiangli's strength. We've completed our task. If we want to take Jiangli down, we need the general to lead the army. If we want to ensure that nothing goes wrong, it's best to send out 1,000,000 troops and form a rank 3 totem army formation to crush them. Right, how are our casualties? Torvosaurus asked. Commander, about 10,000 barbarian soldiers have been killed or injured, said the Baron Forest. What? What? Man Long was shocked. We've lost more than 10,000 barbarians. How long has it been? And there's even a level 2 formation, but they've already caused so many casualties. How can Jiangli's long-range weapons be so powerful? Chapter 186 The Shadow. Jiangli didn't ask the 40,000 mech that were sent to support the defense line at the border of Qianshui City to retreat. Instead, he asked them to continue marching and stay at the defense line. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the morning of the next day. Jiangli rested for a night and was in good spirits. The Crocodile Emperor Legion had sent news that they had arrived at Dachang City safely. As they passed by many villages, they met many villagers who were in trouble. Perhaps his whereabouts had been exposed. 100,000 mechs were stationed in a mountain 10,000 meters away from Dachang City. They tried to hide their tracks and sent soldiers to monitor the situation. Immediately send out 10 perfected stage mechanical rangers and an intel mech to investigate the current situation in Dachang City. Go. Jiangli ordered. Sure. Sure. With the speed and mobility of the 10 perfected Stage 2 mechanical rangers, they sneaked forward quietly and arrived outside Dachang City in half an hour. Buzz. The information mech turned on communication and took pictures of Dachang City. Through communication, the pictures were sent to XX-01 and the psionic Imperial Crocodile Cavalrymen. In the image, the geographical location of Dachang City was dangerous. There was only a narrow path in the front that could be entered, and there were extremely steep cliffs on both sides of the road. The city was built in the mountains. On the city walls, on the cliffs, and within the mountains, there were a large number of rebel soldiers patrolling. These rebel soldiers were well equipped and had high morale as they guarded the Great Chang City. Dachang City is indeed easy to defend but hard to attack. There's only one dangerous road, and it's a narrow terrain. I don't need to think to know that there must be many ambushes on the cliffs on both sides of the narrow path. If we choose to attack from the front, there will definitely be countless boulders falling down and arrows flying through the sky. Dachang City is surrounded by steep mountains. It's also extremely difficult to attack from the side. However, Yin Luo. Jiangli's eyes lit up. He had already made up his mind. In Dachang City. City Lord's Mansion. My lord, the scouts on the front lines have sent us important news. Last night, an army was marching towards us at high speed. The commander of the rebel army scouts, Zhuo Qingliang, walked in from outside the hall. He knelt down on one knee and reported to Wang Zhuiying, who was sitting on the city lord's throne. Another army. Wang Zhuiying's face was thin and his eyes were special. They were amber in color and as sharp as an eagle's eyes, giving people a lot of pressure. Is it King Jin's army? Wang Zhuiying asked. It doesn't look like it. No. Zhuo Qingliang shook his head. That army is very special. According to the information we got from the Half-Monster Alliance, they might be related to Jiangli from the Great Xia County. Jiangli. Wang Zhuiying thought for a while, then sneered, so, this Jiangli is not satisfied with the Great Xia County. He wants to get a share of the profits in the Qingjin County. That's a good idea, but I'm afraid he doesn't have the strength. There's another thing. Zhuo Qingliang continued, Prince Jin has gathered the strength of the entire Prince Jin's county. He has gathered a total of 200,000 soldiers. They are rushing towards Dachang City. They are estimated to arrive at noon today. Ian. Wang Zhuiying stood up, his eyes filled with battle intent. Pass down my order. Order the entire army to prepare for the final battle. Call He Dinglin, Yu Shanha, and Lu Yan over. We'll discuss the next battle plan and how to use the advantageous terrain of Dachang City to defend. Yes. Zhuo Qingliang nodded and left. King Jin's army. An army of 200,000? The marching formation was activated and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered, doubling the marching speed of the army. They rushed to Dachang City at the fastest speed. In the center of the army was a luxurious and exquisite carriage pulled by 9 strong horned scale horses. It was advancing under the protection of the army. In front of the carriage, it was Jin He, the commander of King Jin's army, and his several deputy generals. There were also 2 city lords. In the carriage, Monarch Jin was lying on a soft and wide chair, with 2 beautiful young girls in messy clothes serving him. A pair of fair and tender jade-like long legs strode on Monarch Jin's body and gently rubbed against each other. Monarch Jin's slightly chubby face was full of a leisurely and enjoyable expression. The wide robe he was wearing had all its buttons unbuttoned, revealing the thick chest hair on his chest. Prince Jin. The girl on the right said coquettishly and then put the peeled grape into Prince Jin's mouth. Good girl. Monarch Jin ate it with a smile. His right hand was already in the girl's arms. The girl's delicate body trembled slightly and her face was flushed like a peach flower. Prince Jin, our army is about to reach Dachang City. Jin's voice came from outside the carriage. Oh no. Monarch Jin frowned and said unhappily, we'll attack them directly when we arrive. The rebel army only has 100,000 soldiers. Our Monarch Jin's army has 200,000. We are twice as many as the other party. With such an advantage, if you still can't take down Dachang City, then bring your head to me. Yes. Jin Yi replied with a respectful tone. Lord Commander. Jin's deputy general's tone was slightly dissatisfied. We are naturally very touched that Prince Jin can personally lead the army. But Prince Jin is treating leading the army to war as a child's play. It's fine if he's sitting in a luxurious carriage, but he's even teasing us. Shut up. Jin's cold eyes swept across and he scolded, Prince Jin is not someone you, a mere deputy general, can casually talk about. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you will be punished according to military regulations. I'm Ying. The deputy general immediately shut his mouth. On the other side, on the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom side, the news of the Crown Prince's death had already spread to the capital of the Demon Kingdom, causing the entire Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom to be shaken. The Yao nation's civil and military officials were all extremely shocked. One had to know. The Crown Prince had a high status in the Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom and was extremely powerful. He had made great contributions to the Red Eyebrows Shifter Kingdom, but he died in the hands of the human Jiang Li. Your Majesty, when we heard the news that the Crown Prince's general died, we were all very sad and furious. I even wanted to lead my troops into the Great Xia City and kill Jiang Li. The head of the civil officials of the Red Eyebrows Yao Kingdom Prime Minister Zhu Ling, bowed to Red Eyebrows and then slowly said, but I know that being impulsive can't solve anything. It might even make things worse. Do you have any brilliant ideas, Prime Minister Zhu? Kai Mai leaned lazily on the throne. His eyes were slightly squinted as he looked at Zhu Ling, who was standing below, and asked slowly. Your Majesty. Yes. Zhu Ling bowed and said, the Half-Monster Alliance has been planning this for a long time. Once it explodes, the situation in the Great Shen Dynasty will be in turmoil. It's the best time for us to invade the Great Shen Dynasty. Also, our spies in the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom have reported that they have lost 200,000 barbarian soldiers at the border of Chanshui City, including a late-stage Level 3 barbarian Heavenly Witch. You must know that the Crown Prince's general led 100,000 Demon Kingdom soldiers to invade at that time. In other words, Jiang Li annihilated 200,000 barbarian soldiers and the demon soldiers led by the Crown Prince's army at the same time. It's enough to prove that Jiang Li has a powerful army. He can't be annihilated so easily. Prime Minister Zhu Ling, aren't you trying to destroy the Yarrow Kingdom and boost Jiang Li's morale? Can't we kill Jiang Li? The man said. At this moment, the head of the generals, the Yarrow Nation's Chief General Chu Wuye snorted coldly. His tone was slightly unhappy as he said to Kai Mai, Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead 1,000,000 soldiers and kill Jiang Li in one day. You can't. Zhu Ling immediately said, General Shi Wuye is the pillar of the country. He needs to stay in the country. Moreover, there are millions of soldiers. Don't act rashly unless it's absolutely necessary. Your Majesty. Zuling cupped his hands again and said, I think that we can go around the Great Xia County and cross the Green Spirit Lake before entering the Jinwen County. We can use the Jinwen County as a breakthrough point to enter the Great Qian Dynasty. When this matter is over, we will be free to gather 1,000,000 troops and take down the Great Xia province in one fell swoop to avenge the Crown Prince and the General. The most important thing now is to send troops as soon as possible to occupy the territory of the Great Qian Dynasty, plunder the resources of the Great Qian Dynasty, and expand the territory of our Yao nation. This is the most important thing. There's more. In fact, I've made 2 other preparations, Zuling continued. Tell me about it. Kaimai said. Shadow. Zuling shouted. Buzz. The next moment, a shadow that had blended into the darkness entered the hall. The officials in the hall did not notice it, except for a few people like Li Wuya. Yin pays his respects to your majesty. On the ground, a dark shadow slowly rose up and turned into a figure in a dark cloak. He knelt down and saluted Red Eyebrows. 4th grade Shadow Bat Bloodline, a top-tier assassin at the perfected stage of rank 3. Yin is the most powerful assassin I've trained in years, Zuling said. This time, he'll lead 3 level 3 Shadow followers to the Great Xia City to kill Jiang Li. Tier 3 perfection. This buy-in. This is really a big deal. In the surroundings, all the officials were secretly shocked. Prime Minister Zhu, I didn't expect you to have such a subordinate. TSK. He's at the perfected stage of level 3 and has a 4th grade Shadow Bat bloodline. If I didn't know about it, I probably wouldn't have been able to stop this Shadow's assassination, said Li Wuya. General Shi Wuya, you worry too much. I trained Yin to share His Majesty's worries and solve his problems. Now, it's time to use it. Zuling said. All right, he said. Kaimai sized up Yin and said, I approve of Zuling's plan. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zuling kowtowed. At noon, the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom had mobilized an army of 300,000 demon soldiers, and another Demon Kingdom general who was as famous as the Crown Prince, Qi Tongyan, was the commander. They immediately set off. Go on. Zuling waved his hand and said with a calm gaze, bring me Jiang Li's head. He ordered. Yes. Yin nodded, and his figure turned into a shadow in the dark and disappeared. Then, 3 vigorous killers followed him. Jiang Li, you've died a worthy death for making me send out Yin. Zuling indifferently said. Chapter 187. The Great Xia City. In the City Lord's mansion. Shua. Communication screens appeared in front of Jiang Li. There were 30 of them, covering his entire field of vision. In the image, they were all scenes of various places in Dachang City. The content of each image was different. The situation of Dachang City was completely presented in front of Jiang Li. Obviously, all 30 information maps were deployed. They were scattered in every corner of Dachang City to film and transmit the situation remotely. Through these images, Jiang Li had basically analyzed the terrain of Dachang City. It was like a turtle shell. It was hard to attack unless he could lure the rebels out of Dachang City. However, it was obvious. That was impossible. Since the rebel army had chosen Dachang City as their stronghold, they had taken a fancy to the terrain of Dachang City and its various geographical advantages. It was impossible to leave the city. Of course, Jiang Li had artillery, transport mechs, and tank mechs. He could carry out long-range bombing. At that time, the rebel soldiers had to come out even if they didn't want to. The range of the mechanical artilleries could reach up to 30,000 meters. The rebel soldiers did not have such a long-range attack. In the end, they could only leave the city and fight. Otherwise, they could only be bombarded by the artillery shells. If he couldn't lure them out, he would force them out. As for the rebel army, they could set up a stage 2 formation to block the bombardment. It was even less of a problem. Jiang Li only needed to send out Index 01 and it would be enough to easily defeat the stage 2 formation of the rebel army. After seeing YMMYQ-01's strength, Jiang Li was full of confidence in Index 01. However, Although Jiangli had a plan, he didn't rush into action. These rebels aren't coming for me, so I'll leave them to King Jin's army. Obviously, Jiangli wanted to let King Jin's army fight with the rebel army, and then he would clean up the mess and kill the rebel army and King Jin's army. He had taken over Jinwen County in one fell swoop. The plan might not succeed, but he could try. It would be a good thing if they succeeded, as they could reduce their losses. If they didn't succeed, they could just crush them head-on. He was thinking, what's going on? There was a new movement on the leftmost side. Jiangli looked up and saw a large human army. It had reached 200,000. A huge flag was raised in the army. It was King Jin's army. The characters have entered. Jiangli looked at the human army on the screen and murmured, the show is about to start. 200,000 Jin soldiers against 100,000 rebel soldiers. Who won and who lost? At this moment, in the mountain range where the Thiech crocodile army was hiding, Index 01, GJS 01, Guo Yi and the rest stood at the highest point of the mountain range and looked into the distance. They saw the scene of Dachang City. King Jin's army. That's King Jin's army. Guo Yi shouted. King Jin has mobilized 200,000 soldiers this time. He's determined to take down the rebels. When do we make our move? Guo Yi asked. Wait for further orders. GJS-01 replied. Yes. Guo Yi swallowed and looked in the direction of Dachang City. Is Jiangli planning to let the rebel army fight with King Jin's army and then benefit from the conflict? It's just that we've caused a lot of commotion on our way here and we've passed by many villages. There might be scouts from King Jin's army and the rebel army in those villages, and I'm afraid they've already received the news in advance. It's not that easy for Jiangli to be the fisherman. Boom. 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 The ground was shaking. King Jin's army marched over and stopped in front of Dachang City. The 200,000 troops formed a military formation. The archers were lined up in a row and the siege crossbows were set up one by one, forming a siege formation. Your Excellency, King Jin's army has arrived. Dachang City. On the city wall, Wang Zhuyin, He Dinglin, Yu Shanhe, Lu Yun, Zhu Qinglian, and a large number of rebel soldiers stood on the city wall. They held their weapons tightly and looked at each other. Ian, Yingluo. Wang Zhuyin took a deep breath and looked at the Jin army outside the city. His expression was quite serious, even though he had the terrain advantage and was defending the city. But 200,000 troops of King Jin's army appeared. After the formation was arranged, the army formation started to move. The military evil chi hit Wang Zhuyin in the face, giving him a huge pressure. The most important thing was, Wang Zhuyin also knew that there was an army from the Great Xia province hiding in the surroundings, and he didn't know when they would suddenly attack. My lord, there's no need to be too worried. We only need to defend Dachang City to the death, He Dinglin said. With the geographical advantage of Dachang City and the defensive works we've prepared in advance, King Jin's army will definitely not be able to break in. Although that's what you say, are we just going to hole up in Dachang City forever? Yu Shanhe said in a deep voice. Defending to the death isn't a solution. We have to find a way to break out of this situation. Lu Yun said. Zhu Qingliang was silent. Actually, now that I think about it, I was a little too anxious. Wang Zhuyin reflected, we shouldn't have confronted the Jinwen army so early. We should have continued to develop the army. However, Dachang City is the best terrain in Jinwen County. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. It's a pity to give up Dachang City just like that. Moreover, this monarch Jin will not give us the opportunity or time to continue growing stronger. My lord, now is not the time to talk about this. We should first think of a way to get through this crisis. We don't need to win, He Dinglin said. As long as we can push back King Jin's army, it'll be our victory. You're right. Wang Zhuyin nodded, his eyes firm. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Get ready for battle immediately. Understood. He Dinglin and the others all nodded in response. Outside Dachang City, one of Jin's deputy generals came out of the army at Jin's signal. He rode a hornet-scale horse, held a spear, and wore armor. He looked at Great Chang City and went forward to call for a battle. Wang Zhuyin, you have nowhere to run. The deputy general shouted, Prince Jin is magnanimous, so he's willing to give you a chance to live. As long as you abandon the city and surrender to Prince Jin and the imperial court, you'll be spared from death. You might even have a chance to achieve your great ambitions. HMPH. Wang Zhuyin snorted coldly. His eyes were cold as he stretched out his right hand. Bring me my bow. Yes. He Dinglin gestured to the soldier beside him. Very quickly. It was a green-bone bow which was made of the spine of a powerful fierce beast. The bowstring was also made of the tendon of a python which contained a fierce chi. Die. Buzz. Wang Zhuyin held the bow and poured his half-beast power into it. He pulled the bow into a full moon and a green light condensed into a green energy arrow. Whoosh! The energy arrow shot out and pierced through the air. It was as fast as a bolt of green lightning. In that instant, he shot towards the deputy general who was shouting. The deputy general's eyes widened. The energy arrow was so fast that he could not react in time. Be careful. Jinny waved his right hand, using his internal force. He grabbed a spear from a soldier beside him and threw it out, piercing the air. Thump. The spear and the energy arrow collided and exploded. The energy arrow exploded and the spear shattered. Yes, 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 yes. The deputy general fled back into the formation in a panic. Ha 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 ha. Wang Zhuyin laughed and said in a mocking tone, you want me to surrender? Keep dreaming, I'm standing right here, come and kill me if you have the guts. Ha 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 ha. Immediately after, the rebel soldiers also laughed. You're looking for death. Jin's face was gloomy. He's too arrogant. These rebel soldiers simply don't put our Jin Wang's army in their eyes. I have to let them know how powerful I am. All of the commanders were enraged. By the way, Prince Jin, I have good news for you. I'm afraid you don't know, Wang Zhuyin suddenly said. Our reinforcements have already arrived. They are now hiding around Dachang City. Oh, let me tell you one more thing. Do you know who our reinforcements are? It's the army of Jiangli, the lord of the great Xia city. Ha ha ha. You should know that Jiangli and the imperial court fell out, right? Even the third duke, Chen Shishi, was killed by Jiangli. So, Prince Jin, you've been tricked. You've been surrounded. What? Jiangli's army. This Bayan. Instantly. The two city masters and the commanders of King Jin's army looked at each other and then looked around vigilantly, as if enemies would suddenly appear. What's the situation? Monarch Jin's voice came from the carriage. Prince Jin, Wang Zhuyin said that Jiangli sent an army here and they are stationed around Dachang City. They might have already joined forces with Wang Zhuyin's rebel army. Jin, he explained. Jiangli. Prince Jin frowned. I've heard about it. It was a hot topic in the Chen dynasty some time ago. He did have a powerful army and killed the third prince, Chen Shishi. Chen Shishi has the black and white elders, who are at the late stage of level 3, following him. He himself is an early stage level 3 inborn martial artist. And he was killed by Jiangli in his own territory. Jiangli isn't easy to deal with. Are you sure this news is reliable? Monarch Jin asked in a deep voice. Prince Jin, this morning, a scout sent a messenger pigeon with news saying that they found an army passing by Minza Lake last night and marching in the direction of Dachang City. At this moment, a commander said, Why did you wait until now to tell me such an important piece of news? Prince Jin scolded. Belongs to Qianqian, subordinate Qianqian. The commander lowered his head. He wanted to say that it was you who had been staying in the carriage to have fun with the concubines and palace maids. He had sent a subordinate to report it, but because he had disturbed your mood, he was directly chopped off by you. He. The corner of Wang Zhuying's mouth rose slightly. He stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back, strategizing, and his eyes swept around the great Chang City. In the surroundings of Dachang City, it was surrounded by mountains and was very close to the great Chang City. Wang Zhuying had set troops to patrol each mountain peak, but they had not found any traces. In other words, Other than the mountains surrounding Dachang City, the only place Jiang Li's army could hide was the Dachang Mountain that was 10,000 meters away from Dachang City. Daren's plan is really good. Great. He Dinglin said delightedly, Jiang Li and the imperial court of Dhn are like fire and water. My lord, I'm sure Prince Jin thinks that Jiang Li and you have joined forces. Although Jiang Li's army hasn't shown up yet, it's already a three-way fight. Besides, even if Jiang Li explains it, Prince Jin might not believe him. The most important thing is that Prince Jin doesn't dare to make a move anymore.